morning and welcome to day 2 of the EUROCAE Symposium. I hope you all had a good dinner and you enjoyed the award night yesterday. I myself enjoyed it very much. Alex did a great show again, and it's always so nice to recognize all these great contributions to our working groups, to EUROCAE in general. And it's always an immense pleasure to have those award nights and good conversations, good food. So I hope you shared the same experience. Welcome to day 2. Today we're looking at cybersecurity, and we'll kick off the first panel in a second. They are all here already, so glad and welcome to you. And then we'll look at sustainability, and then right after lunch we'll have a session on space. But before going into the program, thanks again to all of our sponsors, Thales, Indra, Frequentis, Airbus, Skygate, and Honeywell, as well as our partners, the European Commission, PANSA, and the Warsaw Convention Bureau. And to kick off the day, we have a message from the gold sponsor and a short video from Thales. And maybe you can start the video. Thank you very much.
AMP 3562, descent altitude 5,000 feet, QNH 1012, direct Jolly. Cleared to continuous descent operations. You're number 6 on sequence. Descending altitude 5,000 feet, QNH 1012, direct Jolly. Continuous descent operations. AMP 3562. AMP 3562, on final runway 27.
AMP 3562, clear to land runway 27, wind 290 degrees, 10 knots. AMP 3562, taxi via Alpha and uniform stand, Papa 4.
Taxi via Alpha and uniform stand, Papa 4, AMP 3562.
Thank you, and welcome to our panel for ensuring cybersecurity resilience development in this ever-changing domain. Thank you.
Good morning everyone. Thank you for attending this panel about information security in aviation. My name is Davide Martini, and I work for EASA as a senior expert in cybersecurity in aviation, and I have the pleasure today to moderate this panel. We will focus on cyber resilience and the forthcoming Part IS regulation that will introduce provisions for organizations to manage cybersecurity risks. And we will discuss this with 4 distinguished guests that are 1 connected from remote and 3 in presence. So, Alain Camp, popping in. Good morning, Manon. It's very early over there, so thanks a lot for your connecting and tuning in. So, Manon Godet from IATA, Alain Camps from Airbus, Christophe Lamont from Eurocontrol, and Christoph Schneider from FOCA, the Civil Aviation of Switzerland. And I would like our guests to introduce themselves very quickly, to talk about their current role and a bit about their background. Let's start with Manon.
Thank you. So thank you for the invitation, and sorry for not being to be able to be on site with you. My name is Manon Godet. I am Assistant Director Aviation Cybersecurity for IATA in Montreal. I'm also an aviation cybersecurity instructor for IATA. My role is to support and represent IATA international efforts over aviation cybersecurity. I am Secretariat of the Cyber Management Working Group. I'm also the Secretariat of the IATA ICC AIA Restricted Forum, and I lead the Tri-City X Open Forum. I participated in the international regulatory landscape, of course, including being part of ICAO cybersecurity panel, the trust framework, as well as EASA, EUROCAE, and other activities. And of course, I'm part of the IATA safety audit standards. Thank you.
Thank you. Alain, please.
Good morning. I'm Alain Camps from Airbus Commercial Aircraft Division. I'm responsible for rulemaking and standardization on a corporate project on Part IS implementation. I'm also a member of the ASD Civil Aviation Cybersecurity Working Group and Working Group 72 SG3 chairman.
So very involved in standardization activities, very much involved. Yeah. Christophe, please.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Christophe Lamont from Eurocontrol. I'm part of the Civil Military Coordination Division, and in that division, I'm more specifically in the ATM security team. Small team, 4 people only. I'm responsible there for cybersecurity and ATM security, of course. My main background is in IT and military. And more related to Part IS, I'm part of the ESCP. And for the standardization in EUROCAE in Working Group 72, I am the leader of the subgroup 2, which is developing ED205A.
Thanks, Christophe. So another super expert in standardization. And last but not least, Christoph Schneider from FOCA.
Yes, good morning, everybody. My name is Christoph Schneider. I'm representing the Federal Office of Civil Aviation in Switzerland here. My role at the office is cybersecurity coordination and program lead. I'm representing FOCA in different committees, such as the ESCP, when it comes to the Part IS, as well as other committees in the ECAP, for example, in the cybersecurity study group. My background is more of a technical nature. I have an engineering degree in computer science, and I have worked in different positions in the private sector, mostly as a software engineer for embedded devices. So regarding cybersecurity, when it comes to expressions like SQL or process injections or buffer overflow exploits or side channel attacks, they are all expressions which are not completely unknown to me.
But I've seen a picture of you wearing a headset. So are you also a pilot, a general aviation pilot?
Yes, that's correct. So my slogan is cyber is my profession, but more importantly probably is aviation is my passion. I have a single engine piston rating for almost 30 years and operate and maintain my own little home-built aircraft, which I build.
Well, so you see everything, cybersecurity, aviation, and you're working in an authority. So I said we had very distinguished guests, and it's a reality according to their background and experience. So the perfect panel to discuss the forthcoming implementation of Part IS and how the different sectors are getting prepared to this. But as an icebreaker question, I would say, would start with an easy one. And I'm interested to understand, when you were asked to participate in this panel and you first saw the agenda, what was the first, say, one point that you wanted to pass to the audience today? The most important message that came up into your mind? Maybe Manon can start again.
It's all about harmonization. So, of course, the challenges that lie ahead for civil aviation organization will be extreme in the coming years. And so all the regulations that are coming will be massive impacts. So for me, it was all about harmonizing. Thank you.
Thank you. Alain?
When you proposed this topic, I mean, I was really appealed because to have both part IS and cyber resilience. The reason is that when we start discussing and setting up a strategy for cybersecurity in Europe with the ESCP, we were talking about an evolving cyber resilience environment, evolutionary cyber resilience environment. And we ended up with this part AS rulemaking activity. What is really important to understand is it's one part, it's one piece, very strategic, but we'll have more to do. And that's why what I would like to discuss today.
Christoph?
Yes, well, the first reaction when I was asked and when I saw the topic was stay calm. There will be solutions, there is possibility to help people, we have supports, we are all looking at it, we are not alone in this world, everybody is talking about part IS. This is not something that is completely special because we have already a lot of things. The only problem was, like Manon said, also harmonization, and I think for us the biggest challenge is creation of awareness and implementation support, and of course interfaces, analysis of interfaces and risks.
Thank you, Christoph. Christoph?
Yes, thank you, Davide. My first immediate reaction was the topic is cyber resilience and connected to Part IS. However, Part IS is a new regulation which will need to be implemented by authorities and organizations, but when it comes to the overall sector, there is more than Part IS, which covers primarily the safety or exclusively the safety aspects of the cyber topics. But I would like to highlight that this conference, let's say, or a little bit to emphasize also the overarching cyber resilience in the entire sector.
Thank you, Christoph. So we already touched a very important point, so that will make my work of setting up the scene very easy. In fact, I just wanted to remind to those may not be, so expert in what has been done in cybersecurity in aviation that we started to work on this file on the 2015, let's say at European level, by creating then a coordination platform, a strategic coordination platform that developed a strategy. I cannot provide you all the details about these strategies, you can find it online, but the two lines of development, of actions in order to achieve the objectives of that this panel discussed are in this slide. So the first one is making aviation cyber resilience and make it capable to evolve, to withstand future threats, and introduce cybersecurity by design. So in a nutshell, we introduced a concept of twofold resilience. Resilience of products and resilience of organizations. In cybersecurity, we talk about technologies or products, processes and people. So we have to mitigate the risk on these three different dimensions. As EASA, as rulemaker, we captured, say, these two needs and two directions that have been discussed within the SCP. We developed a regulation to introduce objectives for the certification, the type certification of aviation products. Honestly, this development started well before 2015, and all the recent aircraft, or the new aircraft in the last decade had special conditions in order to consider cybersecurity objectives in the certification. But now with this regulation and the changes in the certification specification, we moved from the special condition, let's say, to the ordinary objectives. And now we are trying to cover the rest. So people and processes, organizations, in a nutshell, with Part IS. So asking organizations to evaluate the cybersecurity risks they are exposed to and they can expose to others. Part IS is supposed to be adopted by the end of the year and enter into force at the end of 2024, so if it's adopted in the year. And we are developing with the ESCP again and with the support of the standardization organization and in particular from EUROCAE, acceptable, well, say, elements that can be considered acceptable means of compliance to the regulation. So, sorry. The main elements for resilience, like I said, from EASA perspective, are the regulation that covers people, processes, and products, as well as the creation, let's say, of a competent and well-aware workforce, as well as the creation of a community that is capable to exchange and collaborate. So the regulation introduced certain provisions, mandatory provisions. We can't do much in terms of competency or and we can only support the creation of a community. That is what we are trying to do. But I think that I spoke already too much, and I now give the speech to our panelist. I will change a bit the order, in the sense that I will continue with Alain, because I have a specific question for him that is stemming from, say, this introduction, which is we have a regulation for products, and now a regulation for organization is coming. As Airbus, you are exposed to both of them. So where do you see the boundaries between these two? And I know that you have a presentation, so I'll let you start with your introduction and your presentation, and then we can continue with this.
Okay, thank you. So, Part IS implementation challenges from a viewpoint of a manufacturer in 5 minutes, which is a second challenge. So if we take the Part IS regulation, I mean, we abstract out from all the legal dispositions and you remove from the articles, and then you end up with one mandate, which is to implement an information security management system, or something that we can call also cyber for information security as well. So what is an information security management system? It's a continuous wheel. This illustration comes from an American standardization, which is a NIST organization from the cybersecurity framework, and is taken back from lately by ISO as well to define a framework for information security management system. So we have in this continuous wheel 2 steps. The first one is really identify and manage the security risk on information security. So this identify means that we have to build and set up a security policy. We have to define your own risk appetite, define also, identify what is your risk methodology, and then you can start the wheel by identifying your threats that you're considering. So what are your assumptions you take, the trust assumptions. You also have to identify all your business values, your assets. And then you go through the risk assessment part. You assess, you identify the unacceptable risk, and you have to treat them, to propose some solution to manage them. So this is the first part of an ASMS. The second part is because life is not always ideal, you will end up having some information incidents, security incidents, or at least IT incidents, or public vulnerability or vulnerability disclosures from searchers that will be posted or media research publication. and then you will have to address them. So this is the second part of the ISMS. So you need to have the capability and strategy to detect information security events, to respond, and resilience come also from the recovery part. So this is, in a nutshell, what is expected for an ISMS standpoint. And one very important thing we have on the Part IS is also the mandatory reporting to the competent authorities that would be addressed by other presentation today. So now, what is the scope? So the scope is we have to start identification of assets at the organization activities level. So it's really on the business, on the processes. What are your core value activity in your organization that may impact aviation safety? And facilities and resources are also pointed out because, I mean, when you will have some processes that will be done in some organization, then the facility or the resource may also impact the risk level. And this is so the activities are quite often seen as a functional view, and then you have the tangible equipment, system, and information that will convey the data or doing the processes, and that will be also the part of what will have to be addressed. Something important to say is that you know that for security we have product certification for some years now with special conditions on large aeroplane on CS25. It's my preferred example, of course. And it will really complement the product certification. I mean, the aircraft, the aeroplane will always be the last line of defense. But what we try to do is to widen the scope and to have a protection, a perimetric protection, and on all activities that leads to design, produce your product. And product certification is more focusing on protecting the aircraft in operation. Okay. Something very peculiar is that Part IS is on a horizontal rule, which means that it's a single text applicable to all approved organizations. When take example of an OEM and Airbus in particular, so our core value and core mission is to design and industrialize and produce aircraft, of course.
Just a clarification, Alain, because when we talk about Part IS, it's applicable to different organizations, to different approvals. So a big group may hold different approvals. So this is one of the challenges, I guess, and probably this clarify
thank you.
Things for the audience.
Thank you for this heads up. Yes, that's very important to explain that the legal support is through approved organizations, but it doesn't prevent an organization to implement it at the whole and not really just focusing on the approved organization. If you want to reach efficiency, let's try to apply it widely in all the organizations and supporting organizations, which are sometimes not approved organizations.
Yep.
And so the core mission for Airbus is design and manufacturing. But we are a large and complex company, and we are doing also continuing our finesse. We have maintenance activities after the end off to the customer. We are doing air operation because we have the Beluga airline for the freighters, and we are developing some flight crew training and flight simulating package. So it means that we'll have a single rule. It will ease our life because we will be able to work on a single process, surely adapted to the need of the different organization and the size of the different organizations that we have, but at least we can have a common approach, and that's why we build a single common project to address Part IS in Airbus. So Part IS, an ISMS, MS-like management system. I would say yet another management system to integrate.
Yes.
So should it be an atomic management system that you pile up with the other that you already have? So normally in most of the aviation industry, we are EN 9100, so we have a management system, business management system. But on top of this, sorry, we have the quality management system. We have now the safety management system, which is a new regulation. And we sometimes also have information security management system for IT system, and enterprise risk management system. So it's a lot of, sorry about that. It's a lot of enterprise risk management. No, thank you. It's a lot of management system that we have to manage all together efficiently. So based on a single business management system, but see what are the commonality and how also to explain the differences. It's very difficult when go to see a senior management and told them that we are trying to implement the safety management system. We have to, on top of it, to add the information security management system, just one letter difference, and then you have to explain what you have beyond and what is the need to have a duplication, and that when you have a unified, a combined management system organization, you are not going to double the effort, but you have to find the right sweet spot.
Yeah. Synergies.
So as a conclusion to stick on, I think I don't know, something happened. Oh, it's a color, I cannot see my slide, I lost the...
Well, just
I will try to
pick them out, and
yeah, I can. I just have the words that I've highlighted. So what I wanted to say is that first we need to go to have in mind a global and business holistic approach on the risk-based security management system. So we know we have upcoming regulation for business disruption. We have sectorial requirement and regulation. We have more general requirements like the NIS2 or EU cybersecurity framework. So these are coming, and we have to have a global way to address them. This is very important. The second is really to be a standard-based approach. We don't want to reinvent the wheel. We don't want to be specific. We want to be audited on a basis that is shared with the authorities. So standard is paramount. And then I wanted to highlight that product certification is one more of a security professional activity, but for part IS, it's really a cultural change, a transformation of the organization, and it goes really far beyond what we did so far. So this will be a lot of changes for us.
Okay, yes, can imagine. So we have seen now the perspective of the manufacturer, although extended to other, let's say, lateral business that we touched, like the maintenance, continuing airworthiness. And now I'm very interested to listen from Manon what is the perspective of the operator from IATA that for sure gathered many inputs from all the members.
So yes, my talk is about the confluence of cyber's resilience activities for operators, Part IS implementation at the time of industry restart, and digital transformation. Next, please. So I wanted here to depict in some shape or form the before and after. So we are moving from a rather limited interconnected world to a more and more sophisticated interlinked technology in support of the ecosystem. So we know that modern aircraft are now massively interconnected, which includes, of course, autonomous system, remote connectivity, edge computing, etc. And according to some, we may even soon have the capacity to reprogram flight critical avionics component wirelessly and via various data transfer mechanisms. So many different interfaces at many different levels. So this is why we need to make sure that cybersecurity measures are at the right level to maintain safety of flight. And we do this by including the safety horizon into the safety horizon, the digital threat and risk that could lead to safety impact. And that is what APART IS is supporting. And it comes at a time where we have the impacts of the restart, the operator lost budget, and cybersecurity resources as well. Many operators decided to abandon their legacy fleet to newer aircraft and the need. So we need to understand the associated risks of all of this. Next one. So in order to support all this transformation while in restart and be successful in implementing APART IS, we need to help shape the industry response. So the impact of massive regulation is coming at local, regional, they are heavy. We need to harmonize in order to lower the cost of operation and still allow the industry to increase resiliency and continue to innovate. And the innovation passes via, of course, new supply chain and technologies, and the need to assess and understand the risk of those interfaces. We need to understand those to increase resilience, which has never been so important. Developing strategic implementation roadmap that answers regulations like APART IS while continue activities is key to ensure, of course, a successful implementation. But in order to do all this, we need to increase awareness. Sorry for that little typo there. We should have been reading increasing the overall aviation cyber awareness. And for this, we need the right people, the right processes and budget, but we also need to lower the cost of all this. And we can do that by harmonizing. We still need to be able, of course, to report at the right time, the right information. The aviation industry is competing with a massive shortage in terms of cybersecurity experts. And if you remember my first point, was that we lost a lot of good experts in the beginning of the pandemic. So those people are hardly coming back. So we need to move along, and definitely APART IS will help organization establish a baseline, increase their cyber resilience, and the means to be able to do this will be crucial for success. So that's my key pointers.
Thank you, Manon. And Christoph, what's your... we are moving to Eurocontrol.
Yes.
So Christoph Lamont.
Thank you. I thought that I was going to go through a general presentation to just see who Eurocontrol is, because maybe not everybody knows what we are doing, because we are a multifaceted organization. As you can see, Eurocontrol is the European organization for the safety of air navigation. And what is important is that in our revised convention, you will hear already some keywords that we heard already today, mainly to harmonize and integrate air navigation services in Europe, aiming at the creation of a uniform air traffic management system for civil and for military users in order to achieve the safe, orderly, expeditious and economic flow of the traffic throughout Europe. So basically, if you look at Eurocontrol, for the moment we are composed of 41 member states, and we have a comprehensive agreement with 2 other states, mainly being Morocco and Israel. The agency itself has different places, different geographic locations. So the headquarters is in Brussels, in Belgium. That's also where our Civil Military Coordination Division is at. We have in the Netherlands, in Maastricht, we have the Maastricht Upper Area Control. We have in France, in Brittany, we have the Innovation Hub, where most of the R&D is being done. And then, last but not least, in Luxembourg, we have our European or Eurocontrol Aviation Learning Center, where the trainings are taking place. So, when you look at the Civil Military Coordination Division in itself, the main part that we are looking at is in the Civil Military Coordination Division that we are trying to act as a focal point for military and civil military ATM, CNS, and security coordination and cooperation in Europe. The priorities that we have for 2022 and the next years, as you can see, you can read them on the slide. I'm not going to go too much in detail because I plan to elaborate on all those points a little bit later in the panel. But one of the main, the important steps here is the civil-military secure data sharing in an automated SWIM environment. SWIM, the System-Wide Information Management. But we will come back to that. On the other hand, within my team, we have two very important programs where we're quite busy, as you can see here on the slide. The reason being that though through the pandemic, of course, we had to postpone a lot of travels and workshops. We tried to do it virtually and using different virtual meeting platforms. But as you know, it is very important to be able to sit face to face with the people, look at them, talk to them, see how their reaction is. So it was not very easy. The first program is what we call the support to states. So there we play a role. The member states that you have seen, the 41+2, they have a number of days in the year that they can freely allocate in order to ask for support from different expertise within our agency. We in the ATM security CMC unit, we are giving then workshops to state authorities, CAAs, but also to ANSPs about oversight of cybersecurity, how they should conduct oversight. And we have now a new handbook out in version 3.0 where we are helping the states with oversight questions, self-questionnaires, assessments, etc. The other part of the support to states program is then, of course, the cybersecurity workshops that we are also giving. Sometimes even combined, cybersecurity and oversight on the request of the member states themselves. The big part then in Luxembourg is, of course, our classroom courses that we're giving. You see a small panoply of courses that are being given. And now, of course, we have also virtual courses. They are still there since they have been developed anyway for during the pandemic. But they are now for the moment on demand, because the good news is that we are finally starting again the real classroom courses as of end of May.
Yeah, so if you will attend the course, we'll have a pleasure to meet again Christoph over there. So Eurocontrol is supporting the implementation of Part IS, also supporting nation states and authorities. And now let's transition then with the presentation of Christoph to the authorities. I know that you have prepared a presentation about information sharing. That is one of the topics that we touched at the beginning, Christoph. And we will expand a bit more the authorities' role in the next discussion in the panel. Please, Christoph.
Yes, thank you, Davide. And first of all, thank you, EUROCAE, and also EASA for the opportunity today to highlight quite an important topic in cyber resilience. My presentation, I promise, will be rather short, brief, and very high level about the importance of information sharing within the aviation sector. Why is information sharing important? First of all, the expertise, the required expertise, the resources and skills, overall cybersecurity domains, is usually not available in one single organization. Then, as we all know, the aviation sector is highly interconnected. And in case an incident occurs in an organization which features critical functions within the functional chains, that could easily translate to a veritable cyber crisis with a huge impact to the entire sector. Information sharing also enables organization to leverage the collective knowledge, experience, and analytical capability among with their sharing partners in a community of common interests, thereby enhancing the defensive capability of multiple sectors. That overall contributes to an improved cyber resilience for the aviation sector. The EASA Part IA's organizational requirements 230 can also be seen as some sort of information sharing. However, it is limited to identified and detected vulnerabilities and to actual information security incidents regarding safety impact to aviation. And also the data flow is defined and directed to the, first of all, to the competent authority. And in case an aircraft is affected or associated systems or components, also to the design approval holder. But information sharing, in my opinion, can go and ideally also should go beyond that requirement. In order to have a collective information sharing, we can basically distinguish between three categories of information. First of all, on the top we can see the strategic information, which helps enterprises to identify the threat actor, its motivation, its capability, and also the impact of an incident when it materializes. On the operational information, that helps organization for assigning resources, for example, risk management procedures, and also to answer the question what to do about it. Typically, this is trend analysis, I would say, belongs to operational information, but also the TTPs, the tactic, techniques, and procedures. On the technical side, there is mostly data coming from data sources or near real-time data, network traffic, configuration data, all of technical natures, which helps the organization to do the tactical decisions. But there is no one-size-fits-all approach when it comes to information sharing. And a fully meshed network where all stakeholders are interconnected with each other is probably not achievable, and probably doesn't make sense at the end because of too much redundancy and overhead. But there are some important connections to be considered. First of all is between organizations themselves, especially when they have a common interface, when they have shared risks, that they actively exchange information. Then organization and their national CERTs or national institution, cyber institution, in case they can get the required support in case they need it, because usually in a nation, at the National Cybersecurity Center, that's the place where the cybersecurity music really plays. But also, I consider it's important that organizations have a trustful relation to their national authorities, because at the end, it's the national aviation authorities who have or who will have in the future a complete picture of the landscape of the organization's maturity under their oversight. Also important connection is for information exchange is among the authority themselves across the border, because as we know, the commercial aviation does not stop at the border, so it's an important connection that civil aviation authorities are also exchanging information. And we also need some kind of, I call it glue, or a specialized institution where all the knowledge is combined and where organization can profit. These are the information sharing and analysis center. In our sector, it's the Aviation ISAC, for example. It's the European Center for Cybersecurity in Aviation, an institution run by EASA. But also the newly formed network of cyber analysts when it comes to safety-related cyber incidents. That's all nice to hear, and it seems to be easy to accomplish. However, there are some challenges to overcome. First of all, and I think that's the most important issue, is to establish trust. There is a lack of trust between organizations at the organizational and governance level. And often the private sector is reluctant to share information towards the authorities or stattal institutions because of fear of regulatory implications. Then we have the constant pressure of resources, which significantly affects an organization to build up the required expertise and human power in order to receive, analyze, facilitate the information sharing tasks. And there is no such thing as a free lunch. It is a certain kind of an investment required to actively participate in information sharing and to take the benefits out of it. We have also operational barrier. One example is it's a good idea and it's best practice to use, for example, standard decryption when it comes to transferring and distributing sensitive information. However, key management is often cumbersome, and organizations usually have the policies about permitted tools, encryption methods, and integration of public keys, and so on. And more for the management, sometimes it is information sharing lacks of a clear incentive. So management wants to see, well, what do I invest and what do I benefit after some years? And with information sharing, this is some kind of difficult to predict. There is no clear, tangible incentive, which requires a little bit more convincing the management in order to invest in such an information sharing program. My message to you is that in order to achieve collective cyber resilience, information sharing is a key aspect, a key element into that. I also encourage you as a representative of your organization to establish trust among your national CERT, but also among your national aviation authority, as this is the foundation of good and effective information sharing. And finally, consider also in your organization to actively participate, if not already done, in an information sharing program in order to contribute to protect the aviation sector. Thank you very much.
Thanks to you, Christoph. And I am fully aligned with your messages. In fact, I think it's very, very important and it's not as easy as saying information sharing, but it could be very rewarding. Since aviation is a system of systems, we are all connected. So one of the ideas that we developed in the strategy was to exploit these connections, therefore using this trusted relation for sharing. And now coming back to the regulatory aspects, I was wondering if someone of you can maybe tell us what is the current involvement of the industry and the authorities in the development of Part IS rule. Well, and in this case, I should use the past tense, what was the involvement. But what is the current involvement in the development of the guidance material or acceptable means of compliance and then standards? Maybe Alain can say something from the industry perspective.
Yeah, thank you. This is a very good question indeed. I mean, we are honored to be able to work together with the authorities on this elaboration of the rules and acceptable means of compliance and guidance material, because it's really, as I said, a transformation that we'll have to do. It's really a high dimension activity, and to be with you together and work and prepare things that will be implementable is really key. So that's very a better way than the sequential rulemaking process, where you usually the authority provides one text, we can comment out, and then we get answers. But as you know, we spent more than a couple of years to work almost monthly on the texts, first on the implementing rules and now on the acceptable means of compliance. I would say we go even further, because we are also contributing to the real drafting of these AMCGM texts, and even co-leading some of the subgroups involved in the MCGM. So that's a very good thing. The second part of it is about standardization. So standardization is a key. The industry has to come up with a common approach, a sound approach for the industry. And the authorities are not so far away from EUROCAE or RTCA standardization groups, so they participate also, and they can monitor. This is also really important, not to diverge too much, but it helps to mature and to build some standards that will be really applicable, efficient for our organizations, and also in line with the objectives and performance level objectives and expectation from the authorities. Discussing about the Part IS, so in ASMS we have a lot of common general standards like ISO 27000 framework that allow you to build an ISMS, but we worked on very specific, aviation-specific adaptation, and we have at least 3 standards that came up almost this year. Within 1 year, we have the ED21A, which extend the ED21. It's about the risk management framework for civil aviation. You have the ED205A for the ground ATM system certification, and ED206 on information security event management processes and guidance.
The newborn. Yes.
My favorite.
Yes, your favorite. And I was wondering from the operator side, what's the current involvement? Also taking into account that operators see really the global aviation perspective, so from ICAO to the regional regulations, and in Europe, of course, we're talking about Part IS. So Manon, a big effort in terms of harmonization. And what's your take, I mean, about the harmonization? Where do you see the energy shall be channeled much?
So we think that harmonization needs to happen at different levels, like reporting. We also need to agree on what is a security event, a vulnerability, and where do we declare those as incident over safety, especially with this expanding supply chain. We need, of course, risk and information sharing and understanding the threat landscape. So if I can reference an incident last year when a stakeholder used by many of the industry was breached, some of the airlines had to report to some 50 different states in 50 different ways in the first 24 to 48 hours, while struggling to get information they needed to of course, assess the risk to their own organization. Now, this was not a safety incident, but what if it was? we may not be ready for a major civil aviation incident in terms of cybersecurity. And we need a basic set of reporting criteria that can be easily shared and needs to be easily transferable between regions. For example, sort of mutually recognized, predefined security classification and the likes. And of course, the supply chain is often source of incidents. So we need to harmonize and establish what events versus vulnerability and incidents and speak the same language, at least come to a mutual understanding of it. And we can do that as well by increasing the risk and information sharing, which all in the end lower the cost of incident, of course. And in order to understand the risk, one needs to understand the threat landscape. So making sure that there is a minimal understanding across the industry is crucial, as we are saying in the cybersecurity world for decades, over the weakest link. We need awareness, we need to exchange, we need to train ourselves, we need to educate. For being prepared lowers the cost of detection, prevention, and handling of incidents. So these are the three sectors where we feel we need to harmonize, or at least come up with a mutual understanding. So when something happens, things goes fast because we already know what we're talking about. We've already discussed this, or we have shared information about it. So, yeah.
And are you positive? Do you see us going in the same direction? Are we aligned?
Well, definitely all those regulation that encompasses different regions is helping, but the goal is really to harmonize those as well. So I think Part IAS is definitely one of a good start, but there will be more discussions to be having. Yeah.
Oh, definitely. As we said also yesterday, it's just the beginning. The regulation of a standard.
The beginning.
It requires
yes.
Iteration cycles. And
yes.
Thank you, Manon. So I would like to explore a little bit more another very important dimension of Part IAS, or I mean, that is quite important notion in Part IAS, that the risk at the interfaces. Now I'm looking at Christoph, because your presentation introduced Eurocontrol, the number of states that you support, the services that you're delivering to all of these states through the network manager. So I think the risk at the interfaces is key for Eurocontrol, network manager in this case. And let me also put another bit in this question, so I can also introduce a question or take into account a question from the audience. And thank you for submitting questions, very much appreciated. What is the role of the ATM cert within Eurocontrol in all of this picture?
Yes. So basically, if you should I take another one? Is it working? Yeah. Basically, if you look at the presentation that I gave, the short one, there I highlighted, of course, the implementation support and the training and awareness and so on. But Eurocontrol is much more than that, like you say. We are also the network manager, which means that from the operational side, if we look at the network manager and also other parts of, like for instance, the central route charges office and so on, Brittany or R&D center and so on, Maastricht, of course. It means that the network manager in itself is also targeted by the Part IAS. We have, of course, a tremendous amount of interfaces with all kinds of stakeholders, but we also have internal interfaces between our organization parts that have to preferably exchange information. So before I come back to the second part on the ATM cert, I would like to explain that for us itself, we are looking at the interfaces with the external stakeholders that we have through the network manager and the portal and so on. And also, we started implementing security operation centers in all of our parts, Maastricht, Brussels, and the HQ and the CRCO, in order to have already those exchanges between those operational parts of Eurocontrol. Now, where EATM CERT, which is part basically of the Directorate Network Manager, where the EATM CERT comes in, is of course the general reporting, awareness, sending out to all the stakeholders, and also coordinating between the different operational parts in Eurocontrol, in order to make sure that all possible vulnerabilities or attacks that are going on, even cross-sectorial, so it's not only bound to only aviation, but if we have information coming out of the other sectors, it is quite interesting to make sure that this information is being dispatched and shared as soon as possible, because it might be, as you all know, I hope, cybersecurity is not only related to aviation, of course. It's there, all our lives are being digitalized, everything is being digitalized, so it's much more than only aviation alone. So we need to keep an eye open, much wider than only our sector also. And there, of course, in EATM CERT, we have services also, again, to support our member states, where there is penetration testings that we do on new products. There are projects running now for drones, etc., etc. But from the Part IS side, of course, it will be a challenge to make sure that we are ticking the boxes, not only externally, but also internally.
Okay, very interesting, in fact. Do you know if there is a plan to set up a security operations center in Europe? This is a question from the audience. I do not know anything about it, but maybe from the operational side you know more.
It's true that a few years ago there was a start of the ISAC, the Information Sharing and Analysis Center for Europe. This initiative has, for the moment, not been brought forward. We have EXA, of course, from EASA.
Yes. Yep.
And then out of this, basically the EATM CERT came to fruition, and that's the only one that we have. But for a security operations center on European level, this would cause problems from sovereignty and also from the member states, because in most of the member states, cybersecurity is still a national responsibility.
And also with the SOCs, normally you need to know exactly what's running
sensors,
in the systems.
You need to put sensors everywhere, and
so
this is causing problems.
Probably, ideally, would be, well, it sounds great to have a SOC for Europe, but in practical terms, it's quite challenging or almost impossible to implement. Okay, and I still have one question, but this is for the other Christoph, which another dimension I want to explore a bit more. In fact, we talked about information sharing, and you touched the point that in SPART-IS there is a provision for reporting. Normally, I tend to distinguish. Information sharing is something that is more voluntary. Creates trusted networks. Part-IS indeed introduced requirements provision for mandatory reporting that is focused on incidents that may have an impact on safety. It will be very challenging from my perspective, implementation of this. Now, back to you, Christoph, as you started to explore this topic. First, where the organization can find guidance in order to understand how to share. That's my first question. And then another one, if I may, with the combination of this voluntary sharing and mandatory sharing, mandatory reporting, do you think that we can build a knowledge for the community? Or how? If yes, the answer is yes. How this knowledge will be built?
Well, thank you, Davide, for this question. The first one is probably easy to be answered than the second one. Where do you find the guidance for information sharing? One example is the Aeronautical Information Security System Framework Guidance, the ED 201A. There is a chapter, I believe chapter 2.2, where there is described the purpose of information sharing. And in the same standards, there is, I believe, chapter 5.5, but please don't nail me down on that one. There is the the recommendation for the organization to actively participate in an information sharing program. And another reference is the upcoming ED 206, the management of information security events. There is a complete dedicated chapter 3.5 dedicated to information sharing, which consists of general but also technical guidance for information sharing. And another very good resource in my opinion, but it's not aviation, specifically aviation related, is the NIST special publication 800-150, which can be seen as a complete guide for information sharing. To try to answer your second question, how can mandatory reporting combined with a voluntary reporting, and then what are we doing with those information in order to to have those information actionable and feeding back them to the sector in order everyone can profit? I think, as I highlighted, first of all, trust is eminent. Trust is the foundation. And even if this is as a mandatory objective of Part IS, there is still trust involved from the organization towards the authority. That's one thing. And then the question is, what is the authorities going to do with that data in case a vulnerability or an incident is reported by an organization? Just to collect them and then to put it in an archive doesn't help anyone. So we need to facilitate something to be able to extract the information out of those data. And one thing I could imagine is the recently newly formed a network of cyber analysts, which is an information sharing committee run also by EASA for the aviation authorities and for other stattal institutions of members of the MAB, the member advisory body. And their objective is to build a technical platform in order to analyze incidents towards their safety implication. I see that as quite a long-term project, and maybe in the retrospective, maybe in 10 years from now, we can say, okay, we have so many incidents from this and that category which had a significant impact to aviation safety. So another aspect of that is also, we also should try to go towards a statistical analysis and try to elaborate criteria, what kind of information we can extract and we can feed back, to transform and to feed back to the organization. Always keeping in mind to contribute to overall cyber resilience.
Okay, so you see, say, this mandatory reporting can constitute a database or can help creating a database for statistical analysis from, well, for instance, the NOCA could be really the active part in this, and the combination with the voluntary reporting, maybe that is introduce a more dynamic dimension of reaction to incidents or events. Okay, thank you very much, Christoph. I'm trying to pick up questions from the audience, and one it's about the further requirements introduced by Part IS with respect to the current requirements for security of aviation products. We touched already this point. Maybe if I may, Alan, I can provide my quick view, and you can integrate. But mine it's very short. If you have a secure product that has been certified and you put it into your environment, are you sure you are ensuring, let's say, cybersecurity to your organization? I think there is also the dimension of how this secure and certified product is used. So this is, for me, where Part AS enter into the scene. What's your opinion?
Okay, how I see it, that the Part AS will stop at the skin of the aircraft when we will do the risk assessment. But this being said, you cannot do a risk assessment and assess the impact of a field event if you don't have some ideas what's happening in the aircraft in operation, which is more a topic for product certification. So, I mean, we cannot there's some interrelation, and then we'll have to come up with a sort of interface agreement, as we will do for organization, but between the operators and the product, or the different organization, and the real product. So probably be more dynamic in the way that we create the context, the trust assumption that we have when we are doing the product certification activities.
Yeah.
And also incident management of the incident of vulnerabilities that could cross this boundary of the skin of the aircraft has to be taken more dynamically than it used to be.
Okay, so mindful of time, we have just a few minutes. So a question for the audience, for the panel, sorry, from the audience. That is, where do you think the standardization priority should go? It's open, so who wants to answer to this question? We have different standardization activities. Where do you think priority should go? Manon, back to you, because it looks like you are the expert of harmonization and standardization. So,
of course, we need to prioritize on incident. Anything that is related to incident, we need to figure out the best way to do this in a matter of little time with the most relevant information as fast as possible, so that if there is a distributed type of attack, we have means. We know what we're doing. We have means to alleviate this menace. So yeah, definitely anything that has to do with incident is the most important thing.
Thank you, Manon. And I see the panel shaking heads, saying yes. So it looks like there is an agreement. The newborn 206, ED 206 standard can help to go in that direction. Let me offer the possibility to our panelists to close with a very short summary. So if you would like to summarize this session, what's the one point takeaway for the audience? Alan.
Okay, my takeaway would be start now. I mean, take your time, but start now, because you have to do your ASIS in your organization. There are very good things that are maybe implemented, like on the safety management system for the governance and the organization that we will have to set up for the UISMS within the approved organization. So let's start to review what we currently have, participate to the standard activities and rulemaking, and we will be fine when we'll have to start the implementation.
Thank you. Manon.
So for me, it's all about new technology, new supply chain, new risk and threat landscape, new interfaces, interdependencies, etc., etc. So we need more information. We need to share risk between stakeholders. We need to harmonize as much as possible. Otherwise, we lose time in figuring out what we are looking at when we are faced with something, some events. We lose time over what we missed and what we should have done. So we need to raise awareness within organization, also educate, train, and train, and train.
Thank you, Manon. Christoph.
Yeah, well, I think I will stop with the same thing that I started this morning, which is stay calm. Because everything what we've heard here now in the panel is, I think, clear that there are a lot of initiatives going on. We're all working on it. We still need to do a lot of work. As Alain also said, please help us do that. Give your input if you have time. please join us for the standardization exercises and so on and ESCP. And I'm sure that together we will be able to make it happen, and that it is necessary that we do it all together in order to get this general resilience of the aviation system instead of only the cyber resilience in our own organization, our own system.
Thank you. Christoph.
Finally, my message to the audience is that I'm very convinced that part AS will significantly contribute to cyber resilience. But my message to you and through to you, to your management, is that investment in cybersecurity defensive posture in people and processes should not exclusively driven by a new coming regulation. It should be in your natural interest to protect your business, to protect the aviation sector, because you see the need to do so, and not because a regulation demands you to do so.
Thank you. So this takes us to the end of the panel. I think you enjoyed it as I did. So ladies and gentlemen, our panel, Manon Godet, Alain Combe, Christophe Lamont, and Christoph Schneider. Thank you.
So thank you very much to the speakers and to the moderator. It was a really good panel. Thank you. And now we're going to have a coffee break, but please note that you should be back at 9:45 or 10:45. And for the speaker of the next panel, please be there at 5:30. And thanks again to our sponsors that you see, so Thales, Indra, Frequentis, Airbus Skyguide, Honeywell, and our partners, European Commission, PENSA, and VASO Convention Center Bureau. Thank you.
Welcome back to panel 5, Sustainable Aviation Technologies. This panel will talk about ensuring sustainability in aviation. We will talk about the goals, the challenges, and how standards can support these sustainable initiatives. The session will be moderated by Vincent E. Roy, Director of Civil Aviation at ASD. Enjoy the panel. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Welcome to this panel. So, as said, we will discuss sustainable aviation technologies. So, as you all know, Europe, but also the globe, has clear ambitions to decarbonize the whole economy, and obviously this has quite some important implications for the aviation sector. So, aviation sector has obviously published roadmaps, including my own association, ASD, through Destination 2050. So that means there is a lot of need to develop also new technologies, and we will be discussing that here today. But not only technologies, also sustainable fuels, airport operations, ATM, and other things. So in this panel here today, we have quite a good mix of different people. So we have Daniele Violato from Clean Aviation, who is a Strategy and Program Officer, first person. We have Martin Nagelsmit from the Dutch NLR, who is Head of Sustainability and Environment at the NLR. We have Torsten Harsheimer from Fraport, and he's a Senior Project Manager, being involved in different operational issues, including sustainability as well. And finally, we have Laurent Boisson, Director of Public Affairs for Airbus. So in order to start this panel, I will first ask each of the 4 panel members to make an opening statement on their perspective. And I propose we start now with Daniele to give us the clean aviation perspectives.
Thank you, Vincent. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to be here with you, and thanks for having me. There's no doubt that we are living in a climate emergency. That's clear. 2021 has been the year with the highest emissions ever. And the European Union is committed to Europe, as you know, to become the first climate neutral continent by 2050. With the European Green Deal, has got a vast set of actions, including the Clean Aviation Joint Undertaking, which is a public-private partnership that will run until the end of 2031, which will serve as a platform for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. We know that the benefits of aviation are huge: economic growth, mobility, social interaction, but also aviation accounts for 2.8% of all human-induced CO2 emissions. We know that there's been a phenomenal progress in efficiency gains with today aircraft which are more than 70% more efficient in terms of fuel, CO2, but compared to the early days in the 50s. But we know, considering that the demand in air travel is predicted to at least triple by 2050, by then the emissions will be still double. So as aviation community, we need to act now. We need to transform the sector to provide citizens with more sustainable and hopefully zero-emission flights. In this slide here, you will see a graph from the ETAG report, and this offers a technology-centric scenario pointing to around 35% emission reduction by means of technology, technological innovation. This target is well aligned with Destination 2050, and the goals and the strategic research innovation agenda of clean aviation are well aligned to the 2050 destination as well. It's clear that there is no one solution to transform aviation towards climate neutrality. What will work at the level of a commuter aircraft, it's probably in terms of disruptive technology, probably will not be mature, will not scale up quickly to be integrated on a larger aircraft for longer range. And we also will need to, in the future, adapt the energy system. And there is actually an advantage in looking at aviation with differentiation across different fuels, from electrification to SAF to hydrogen. And notably, we can consider, in fact, that 2/3 of the global emissions and over 80% of flights are actually concerning routes shorter than 4,000 kilometers. And it is also accompanied by a general trend which will see an increasing demand in the regional and short-medium range. So this is exactly the segments in which in clean aviation we'll be focusing on in order to achieve a maximum impact in terms of first step towards decarbonization. We will be working on 3 main pillars which constitute the basis of our innovation agenda and our program. First of all, we will be doing research and innovation on electric and hybrid electric architecture for regional aircraft. We will be working on ultra-efficient architecture for short and medium range. And we'll be looking at also disruptive technologies to enable hydrogen-powered aircraft to take flight. These new aircraft, equipped with the innovations developed under clean aviation, will need to enter into our sky no later than 2035 to reduce emissions by 30% compared to the 2020 state of the art. That's our ambition. And the program will support a replacement of 75% of the global fleet by 2050. But in order to get there, an essential factor is to succeed in the standardization and certification of these disruptive technologies. And that will be a key point to conclude the mission. Thank you.
Okay, so maybe now, Martin, you can give your intro perspectives.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, great introduction by Daniela, by the way, about the urgency that is clearly there and the ambitions set by the European Union, which are very high, but also very clear. And I think there's no other option for aviation than becoming climate neutral in 2050. Otherwise, there will be no more aviation. So at NLR, I work at the Sustainability and Environment Department. Of course, for environment, it's more about noise modeling and emissions modeling. We could use quite some standards there as well, because that's also not always very clear. But here I will focus a bit more on the work we do on sustainability. For instance, the Destination 2050 report. Vincent already mentioned it. It was commissioned by the industry, aircraft industry, the airlines, the ANSPs, and we looked at whether it is actually possible to reach these goals, because of course you can set a goal and have a high ambition, but is it actually possible to reach it? And I think one important part there is that you look at the aircraft technology itself, whether an aircraft can be 20–30% more efficient, but like Daniela already said, the demand effect is also very important, because we still see the lines going up until 2050. The question is, how far do they go up? So we work together with an economic research agency from the University of Amsterdam, and we also looked at price effects. I think there's no doubt flying will become more expensive, either because of taxes or levies, or because sustainable aviation fuels have to be blended in through mandates. So it will become more expensive, and we will probably fly a little bit less than we do today, or than we would do in many of the growth scenarios that you see everywhere, which is also slightly different for Europe than the rest of the world. But I think what you see here is that there's many pieces to the puzzle. So there's technology, there's operations, there's hydrogen, there's sustainable fuels, but also in the end, if you cannot mitigate every CO2 emission, then there's still a need for market-based measures or offsets. And I think for all of these pieces of the puzzle, we need standards for the technology. There will be evolutional technology, but also revolutional technology. The operations, of course, you look at continuous descent and climb operations, but also what was mentioned yesterday, the single European sky is an important part here to improve the efficiency of the operations. Well, hydrogen, that's a clear one, where of course no certification basis exists at the moment, and we need all standards, for instance, for refueling the aircraft at the airport. And for the sustainable fuels, it's more of an availability issue. It's not a matter whether you can blend it up to 50% already at the moment, but we're far away from the 50% in terms of availability. So that's also something that's forgotten sometimes, and how many green energy can be also directed towards the aerospace industry, because every sector is fighting over this green energy. And like I said, in the end, we also probably have to fly a little bit less than we do today. Here, zooming in into the technology a little bit, I think this also shows that where the problem is. This is a bit complicated figure maybe, but if you look at the number of flights in the vertical axis and also the CO2 emissions related to that, and the flown distance on the horizontal axis, and this is the picture for Amsterdam Airport, and it's slightly different for Europe, for the world. But it shows that the big problem is in the long-range flights. It's not in the short-range flights, where we already have some solutions in terms of electric propulsion or hydrogen, which is also limited to in range. But we need to explore and expand those boundaries as much far to the right as possible, because those are the only true zero technologies. Unless you have some other business models like regional air mobility, where you fly with smaller aircraft from regional airports to regional airports. But we need them all. We need all these solutions. We need electric aircraft, we need hydrogen aircraft, we need all kinds of hybrids in between. We need sustainable fuels, and for the long-range aircraft we need really radical configurations to reduce the energy consumption. For instance, blended wing bodies or flying Vs. And we need them fast. We need to act fast. And I think here it's important, when you look at the standard part of the solution, we need all these new players to develop these aircraft, and they need to develop them as soon as possible and fast. So I think standards can play a very important role to decrease the time we need to develop these technologies and these aircraft. And in that way, they can also really accelerate the transition.
Okay, thank you for these interesting perspectives as well. So, Torsten, maybe you can say something.
Yes. Yeah, it's working okay. Yes, thank you very much. As already said by my previous speakers, the environment is of course a huge challenge to the aviation industry. And to complete the picture a little bit, I will take you for a short stop from flight level 300 down to flight level 0 and give you a little bit the perspective of a major airport, but not only of a major airport, but also of all the airport industry, hopefully. I'm talking to you today on behalf of Fraport, an operator of many airports around the world. As you can see, we have around 30 sites worldwide. And for the airports, the reduction of carbon emissions, but also the entire environmental footprint is a major task, because we are very close to our neighborhoods, so we are being watched with a lot of scrutiny, and we are the contact point at the end from the aviation industry to the communities and to the people on the ground, so to say. Fraport is committed to reduce the carbon emissions and become carbon-free by 2045, but we are not alone in the industry, of course. The other airports organized in ACI Europe, we have launched a program, the Airport Carbon Accreditation Program, which is a very good guideline for the airports to become carbon neutral and to reduce their carbon footprint. But what is it that airports can do in this scale? Because as Martin and Danielle have already said, the huge problem of CO2 emissions is of course in the air and is related to the number of flights. But we at airports also have some regional effects, obviously, that play into the environmental footprint. So like aircraft noise, ground emissions, and so on, which we were talking about, which are a bit off what we have said in terms of CO2 emissions. If we look at the CO2 emissions at an airport, you can see that airports can only address a very minority of the CO2 emissions, because the very large part, what you see on the right-hand side on scope 3, comes from the flights that are operating at the airport, plus the people that drive to the airport, and also buildings and heating of third parties. So what we can address, this is the figures for Fraport, but they will be roughly the same at most of the other airports. We can address less than 10% directly of our carbon emissions that are attributed to us. And these are related basically to our vehicle fleets at the airport. They are related to heating, to electrical power supply at the airport, and so on and so on. So there is also a dimension there where we can work, but compared, of course, to what we have in terms of fuels and flight, this is relatively small. But to round up the picture of what we see as an environmental management at the airport, there's, as I said, a lot of other aspects where we are being watched by our neighbors to see that, and it's basically aircraft noise, which is a huge issue for many airports. Martin knows it very well from Amsterdam, where it's even more under scrutiny than in Frankfurt. We have, as I said already, the subject of energy consumption, of traffic volumes, water consumption, wastewater, and so on and so on. So all the environmental aspects that we have on the ground, directly with the neighborhood. But we are, of course, very much interested in also reducing this third pillar, so the CO2 emissions that come from the flights and from our customers that are visiting the airport. And so we are very eager to support the industry in the provision of new fuels, of hydrogen, of SAF, but we can only, of course, play the role of an infrastructure provider. So, and this being said, I would pass the word on to Laurent and go back to the air again.
So Laurent, maybe you give your intro statement as well.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, it's very interesting, the introductions that my colleagues here have done, because they show you the global ambition of the aviation industry to decarbonize, whether it is at a world scale or European scale. Airbus has a key role to play in this roadmap, and I can assure you that it is at the top priorities in the strategy of Airbus. I think there is not one public intervention of Guillaume Faury nowadays where he doesn't mention the intent from Airbus to really actively contribute to decarbonizing aviation. Let me start by reminding you that actually this decarbonization activity is not new to Airbus and to the aviation industry. In the past 30 years, the emissions per passenger kilometer have decreased by 50%. The challenge we have in front of us is to come to net zero in the next 30 years. So we've already accomplished a good way, but we have a challenge to go down to net zero in the next 30 years, which we are conscious of as an aircraft manufacturer cannot be just covered by design improvements of the aircraft and the engines. We need to go beyond with new energies, and that was of course mentioned. And this gives us, as an aircraft manufacturer, a new role. We have to reach out to many stakeholders we didn't reach out before to make this work. First, we have to speak to the energy providers, and we are one of the very rare aircraft manufacturers in the world believing in applying hydrogen technology on a short-term horizon, 2035. You know, we are studying the concept of the zero-emission aircraft, and we shall take a decision in 2025 on go or no go with this concept. We also see, as it was also mentioned very clearly by Martin and Danielle, that the immediate solution that can be applied by aviation is sustainable aviation fuels. It's a low-hanging fruit. It's no rocket science. It's already available. Our aircraft are capable of carrying 50% blend today, and will be capable of carrying 100% of SAF in 2030, or between 2025 and 2030. But the problem is the SAF production. Only 0.03% of the fuel today is sustainable aviation fuel when you have a 50% capability on board the aircraft. Apart from the energy, the technology we put on board the airplanes in the future will have to address the full range of aircraft we manufacture at Airbus. And in that sense, we need to also bring in technologies that will help the operation side. The ATM part is also a great contributor to reducing the emissions. It is commonly said that in the roadmaps that we can achieve a 10% reduction through air traffic management optimization, and the technology on board the Airbus aircraft will contribute to that with trajectory-based operations, with continuous descent approach capabilities, and also the fellow flight concept that you probably all have heard about, that we are working on, making aircraft to work in formation to reduce their fuel consumption between 5 to 10% in the cruise phase. And at last but not least, we need to reach out to the policymakers, to the governments, because all of this cannot work without states being committed to provide aviation with the means to decarbonize. We are in a very controversial situation where we are pointed as being polluters, but yet, as I said in the introduction, our emissions are only 2.5% of the total emissions produced by humankind. So the states don't see aviation as being a priority in the decarbonization plans they have. So we have to constantly remind them that if we want aviation to be part of the decarbonization aviation, states have to help us right now, because it takes time for aviation to transition to net zero carbon. Where's the remote control? At the top of the institutional bodies, you have ICAO. And this year, there is a very important assembly. It's the ICAO 41st Assembly, which takes place, the assembly takes place every 3 years. At this assembly, it is essential that states align on the ambition to support aviation in reaching a net zero carbon emission target. Apart from, let me zoom now on the core business of an aircraft manufacturer, which still remains. It's not just about energies. We have to work, of course, on the design of the aircraft. I mentioned hydrogen, and you know the zero emission project that Airbus is working on, which will address the regional market, which was interesting to see that it addresses a great number of CO2 emissions, actually from the charts you have shown, Martin and Daniel. But we need to address also the fuel efficiency of all the aircraft in our portfolio. And therefore, we still need to work on design improvements on conventional aircraft that will still continue to use fossil fuel and, with time, more and more sustainable aviation fuels. And for that, we need to work on the airframe using improved aerodynamics, using advanced light materials. We need to work with the engine manufacturers for higher bypass ratio engines, for open rotor technologies. All that also can come into a completely new type of airframe and engine integration with the blended wing body concept. So these are design improvements we also have in mind, besides hydrogen, sustainable aviation fuel. And that, of course, we will need to discuss with the standardization, and we are already, of course, discussing with the standardization organization. I think it's important that the industry has this constant dialogue in setting the priorities, helping the standardization organization, setting the right priorities on what needs to come first, and then what needs to follow in terms of design improvements. So thank you for this time for the general introduction. I hope I wasn't too long.
Okay, so quite some interesting introductions. One of the questions obviously to be asked in all these developments will be what will be the role of standards and standardization organizations. So maybe, Daniele, you explained what clean aviation is doing in a lot of these disruptive technologies. How are standardization issues going to be addressed or being addressed within the clean aviation program? Maybe you can say something about that?
Well, as mentioned also by Martin and Laurent and Torsten, standardization and certification plays a key role in the path towards climate neutrality. To respond to the emergencies, indeed, we need to upgrade the existing aircraft fleet. It's clear, it was mentioned by Laurent. The Zero E initiative is prominent, and the urgency is not in doubt. Now, we need, in fact, a systemic change in how the aircraft are designed, are developed, and how they are certified. And we need to accelerate the aircraft design and development cycle and how they are introduced into the market. And we can rely on these, indeed, by making full usage of new processes available, from digitalization to artificial intelligence techniques. Indeed, we need to make sure that aircraft that enter into service are not only polluting less, but of course they are safe, operable, and affordable. In order to have a fully harmonized future standard, we will need to work together in close connection, in particular with standardization bodies such as EUROCAE, and with the early involvement of EASA in the early stage of the research. Now, when we look at the Clean Aviation Program and how we address these in terms of addressing certification and standardization, actually, just to make a short recap, Clean Aviation is built on two phases. In the first phase, we will be focusing until 2026 into the design of concepts, exploration of technology options and trade studies. And then in the second phase, from 2026 until the end of the joint undertaking, we'll be working on the integration of these technologies and demonstration on aircraft. And this 2025-2026 links quite well with what mentioned before by Laurent in terms of the ambition to achieve indeed a changing turn in terms of determining the viability of certain technologies, for example, in the hydrogen. Now, in the first phase, each project, no matter if it is addressing a turbine, it is addressing an integrated powertrain based on fuel cell or battery, each project will be asked to propose approaches for new standards and certifications and qualification rules. And at the same time, we have a transversal activity which is extremely important, and this transversal activity will lay actually the foundation of certifiability of disruptive technologies. And this will be done in close coordination with the EASA, and we'll be focusing on emblematic examples of disruptive concepts. To conclude, what we will do then in the second phase is to actually take stock of all the achievements made at the level of the technical projects, combining with the transversal activity on certifiability, and at the end of phase 2 have a draft certification basis for the aircraft concepts and technologies developed under Clean Aviation. It's clear that in the Clean Aviation activities, the target is to demonstrate by 2030 30% reduction in time to market and 30% reduction in cost of certification compliance demonstration. Just one last message is history has shown us repeatedly that exacting standards needed for aerospace seems sometimes unnecessary for other sectors. Look at batteries, or we will be looking at fuel cells as well. But actually, once they are established, the spin-off to other sectors is actually substantial. So we, as aviation community, can actually have a massive impact on standards also for other sectors.
Okay, thank you. Maybe jumping now to Laurent, but also to Torsten at the same time. I think, Torsten, you mentioned that noise is still a very important, obvious issue for airports. And Laurent, you mentioned obviously the big focus of Airbus, but I think in general the manufacturing industry on reducing the CO2 emissions on the sustainable roadmaps. We also know that there is obviously also a discussion about non-CO2 effects of climate change. So maybe Laurent, how are you going to make at Airbus all these trade-offs when you develop new technologies between CO2, non-CO2, noise? Obviously there is also discussion in ICAO on potential dual standard setting for noise and for emissions. Can you maybe elaborate a little bit on that?
Yes, Vincent, very, very good question. On noise, actually, it's true that we are criticized, I would say, from the public or the people living in the surroundings of the airport, that we do not communicate enough on what we can do about the noise of aircraft. We communicate a lot about CO2 emissions reductions, which is great, but noise is also a very important topic, and we must not lose sight of working with the airports, working with the communities around the airports, and Airbus wants to get more and more involved in that, and explaining what technology improvements can also bring to reducing the noise impact. It's reducing the noise at its source, aerodynamic noise or engine noise, but also designing procedures which allow to reduce the impact of noise on the ground. On the non-CO2 topic, of course, it's a subject that, as an aircraft manufacturer, we take on board. There's a lot of debate about the actual impact of non-CO2 gases on the global warming, and I will not elaborate too much on that because it's in contrary to CO2 warming effects, which are very well understood and measured. The impact of non-CO2 is still to be evaluated, but there is definitely an impact. So as an aircraft manufacturer, we work on that. We think about mitigating solutions to reduce the emissions, non-CO2 emissions, which, as a reminder, are mainly composed of nitrogen oxides. It's the result of the combustion of the fuel in the engine. So NOx, what we call more commonly NOx gases. It's water vapor, which also comes out of the engine and forms contrails in the sky, and particulates, which are the result of the combustion as well, and that actually contribute to the formation of contrails. So we want to address those three elements. The first way to address that is actually compatible with the use of new energies. Sustainable aviation fuels and hydrogen actually allow to reduce the formation of contrails because they both produce less particulates after the combustion. So the sustainable aviation fuels produce less particulates, and actually hydrogen produces no particulates at all. And those small particulates are a contributor to the formation of ice crystals around them, and then contrails and persisting contrails. So going from today's almost inexistent use of SAF to tomorrow, hopefully 50% and 100% SAF will have a contribution to reducing the formation of contrails. Hydrogen as well. However, hydrogen still produces, in principle, NOx, nitrogen oxide gases, but we are working on the combustion chambers designed with the engine manufacturers to reduce the production of NOx, and that also applies to conventional fuels. And the third point is the trajectories flown by the aircraft, and that's a collaboration with the air traffic management services. And models also being developed on the climate to allow the aircraft to avoid flying into areas where there is a higher likelihood of contrails formation. And that is a research activity. It's very complex to model the atmosphere and have the aircraft fly around specific areas. And there's also a trade-off there to be made, because you don't want to have your route distance increase by so much that you emit much more CO2 just to avoid emitting non-CO2 gases. So this is the three axes: increase sustainable aviation fuels, blend in the aircraft, work on the engine combustion chambers, and on aircraft trajectories, that we are looking at for limiting the non-CO2 effects.
Okay, thank you for these interesting perspectives. So maybe, Martin, you mentioned also the work you did for ASD and for the European aviation industry on Destination 2050. In all these roadmaps and the ongoing work and the different pieces of the puzzle, do you see places where standards are missing, and what role, for example, EUROCAE and other organizations could play into that?
Yeah, maybe just first a remark about what you were just discussing. I think in the concept of sustainability, it's not just about greenhouse gases, whether it's CO2 or non-CO2. It's also about the principles of the circular economy, and also about the relationship with the surroundings of the airport. You cannot have a sustainable aviation system when people are still hindered by noise, for instance, or the local air quality is an issue. Sustainability is broader than just CO2, as a first remark. I think when you look at the roadmaps we write, and I think also what companies are doing at the moment, we're not betting on one horse. We're betting on many horses, but we're placing a lot of bets on hydrogen. And I think that's also where now standards or the certification basis is missing. I think for electric aircraft, we already have an EASA certified electric aircraft. There are already quite some standards to support that. Also for the larger aircraft currently, also for CS23. But for hydrogen, it's still missing. And there are startups that are moving very fast, and I think that's great. But I think in the end they will hit a certain limit where they are ready with their technology, but the certifying agencies are not ready to allow them to fly. And I think we should really avoid that because, like we said before, there's a big urgency, and I think also there. So basically, hydrogen. That's where we look at the standards that have to be developed fast, and also the certification basis. And I think we also can use the standards to spread the knowledge. Yeah? Like with patents, it's not just to protect your own knowledge or to supply a basis, but also to spread the knowledge and show the other companies, the new players, whether it's a new aircraft OEM, it's a startup, or whether it's a supplier from the automotive industry that wants to move into aviation. We can really help them, and by that also increase the speed of the transition.
Maybe you mentioned hydrogen. I'm looking now to Torsten. Obviously, the airports will also have a key role here to play as an infrastructure provider. Can you say something about that? But also the role on the airport side, on potential standards.
Yes, sure. Maybe before we go back to hydrogen and the fuels, just a few words to the subject of noise, which we've addressed, because it's obviously a very dominant subject at the airports. And also there, believe it or not, we are still missing some standards when it comes to the classification of noise and all of that. So there is still also something to do in that field. And we sometimes have very strange developments where we see that the introduction of new technology, more precise approaches, leads to a concentration of the noise to a very small area where people get much more noise than they did before, because the flights were a bit more diverse before, and now they're all going on one line. So there is a discussion very much around airports whether to spread the noise or whether to concentrate it to one area. So also there is some fields of discussion, but that's a different story in this case. So when we come really to the subject of fuels, or let's say alternative propulsion technologies, the role of the airport is split, because first of all, we operate our own fleet of vehicles and on the ground, where let's say the change to electric or sustainable propulsion is a very relatively easy one. It takes time because there's a lot of these vehicles. It takes infrastructure and a good management, but we're addressing this, and we're very eager to reduce our emissions over there, because they account locally, obviously, for a larger part of the emissions than what is caused by aviation. But when it comes to the aviation fuel, yes, we have the role of an infrastructure provider, as you've mentioned it, Vincent. And we are, even though we are not operating, or most airports are not operating the fuel services themselves, but we have large fuel depots, and in the case of hydrogen, I think we would need an even more complex infrastructure for the production, or for the production of liquid hydrogen, which we can then use for board of the aviation. And indeed, it is very important for the airports to have standards here, because if we're talking about 35, it seems far away, but if you build up the infrastructure on the ground, it's not very far away, actually, and we need to know where we're going, because we need the space that we need for these kind of hydrogen hubs, We need to decide whether we have them on premises or whether we are relying on third-party infrastructure somewhere outside the airport. Because you could also think about some sort of a hydrogen hub that would also kind of not only work for the airport, but work for industrial estates around the airport, or for some of the villages around the airport for the energy. So there's a lot of things on the table, under discussion, and I think here the standardization has an important role to play, so that we know where the journey is going, also on this particular aspect. And because we would, of course, have to be ready before the aircraft come. This being said, there is another point to it. I mean, we're talking now about the perspective of larger airports like Amsterdam, like Frankfurt, like the major hubs. If we consider now something smaller airports, like a typical tourist airport on an island somewhere where we have not a lot of space, where everything is relatively dense, where it's probably a bit more difficult to get the hydrogen there or the infrastructure there. We also have to find solutions for these kind of flights, whether the aircraft take the hydrogen there and go back. But what happens in case of an emergency if you don't have hydrogen there and for the fueling? So there's a couple of things to be discussed and to be put into an operational concept. But I think it's an interesting challenge, and we should address it rather sooner than later, I guess, in this context. I don't know if you want to complement.
A very good explanation, of course, of the challenge. And when you say we need to address it now rather than later, we are actually working very closely with the airports, Airbus. We have cooperation agreements with ADP and Vinci Group, and working, and maybe tomorrow with Frankfurt Airport, hopefully, yes. And we are closely assessing all of this infrastructure impact on the airports. So this is, obviously, as I said, as an aircraft manufacturer, we cannot avoid having to get involved into that. Otherwise, it could be a total failure of the program, of course.
I hope that what I'm saying didn't seem to be like something that I'm of the opinion that there is not enough work being done. I think there is a lot of work going on, but it's going on in several corners of the room, so to say, and I think we need to channelize it a little more. And I think there is probably a role also for EUROCAE on that stage, or for standardization bodies to channelize these discussions, which are good discussions, but which we need to make available to the broader industry.
Yeah, maybe just a question, how long do we have still? Because half an hour, okay, so we still have time, okay. Just to be sure that we don't overrun time, so we keep track. No, a question about ICAO. You mentioned that it's going to work on this, is working on these long-term aspirational goals. I mean, within Europe, including within ASD, but also ACI, Airlines for Europe, and all the associations, Clean Aviation, we have very high ambition levels. We are working towards the carbon neutrality goal. Obviously, there are other regions in the world which are moving into that direction. I think in particular our US colleagues, for example, they moved certainly into that direction as well. But obviously, the world is more than Europe, US, Canada, Japan. There are other parts of the world. How are we going to reconcile that at ICAO level? And also maybe a follow-on question on that is, how are we going to set global standards, knowing that not all the areas in the world maybe want the same pace of moving into that direction? So maybe Laurent, you want to start on that?
Okay, thank you, Vincent. Of course, a very important challenge. I think, okay, as I mentioned, this year is the year of the assembly, and long-term aspirational goals for aviation are at the top of the agenda. The states have to accompany the industry ambition, obviously, because we are talking about huge investments to transition to net zero emissions for the aviation. There was recently the publication at ICAO of the ICAO LTAG report produced by the CAPE, which is the environmental organization of ICAO, and which gives some numbers on the cost of transitioning. We are talking about $4 trillion worldwide over the next 30 years. And so this cost can be absorbed by the industry, of course, but it cannot be invested if we don't have a global commitment from the states at a world scale, because when you're talking about such important costs, you need to have a global application of the solutions at a world scale. And so the importance of this assembly is really great. The states have to, and hopefully we will, show their commitment and aspiration, let's say, to decarbonize, to support the decarbonization of aviation. The same states have been very much vocal at the COP21, at the COP26, to claim their ambition globally, not just for aviation, but globally as a society to reach net zero carbon emissions at different paces. That's the issue. I think globally there is even in the emerging economies, a taking into account of the need to go to a lower carbon society. And this was officially stated at the COP's meeting. Of course, you mentioned Europe and USA are the most ambitious ones, with 2050 as a target to reach net zero emissions globally. But let's not forget that China has also announced 2060, India a little bit later, 2070, and Latin American countries did not really claim exactly when they can reach it. So the intent is there. One of the challenges, as you mentioned, is to align the targets on the same time frame. But at least if we can have at ICAO a global declaration of intent to support the aviation in decarbonizing at different dates, perhaps that would be already a small win. The other thing is that the main pillar to decarbonizing aviation is the use of new energies. Technologies contribute, of course, but new energies is the main pillar, and sustainable aviation fuels. And for the states, it is seen for the time being as a big challenge for them to develop those new energy pathways. And it is our role as the industry to exchange as much as possible between now and the assembly with the states' representatives. And there are occasions like, for example, the DG forums that are organized by ICAO in each ICAO region, to explain that it is an opportunity for a region or a state to develop sustainable aviation fuel pathways. There are regions in the world like South America with Brazil, like China, like Southeast Asia, where there's a great potential for SAF development, and with SAF development, employment creation. The ATAG report has done an analysis showing that globally the development of SAF worldwide can create 13 million jobs. So if the states embrace this opportunity, then and understand that there is this opportunity, then there is perhaps a chance that at ICAO, at the assembly, we could agree on an intent of scaling up the SAF production. So it's not easy. We're not there yet, but there are some grounds that could make a consensus possible, we believe.
Okay, very, very interesting. I think you also mentioned in LTAC, but in all the discussions, obviously the SAFs will also play a key role. We know also that ASTM is developing a lot of standards on the fuels for historical reasons, and I think they have been doing that quite well. My question here is with the pace of acceleration, in particular in Europe, because we will have the refuel EU mandates, but also the US with their incentives, so there will be more aggressive use of SAF and different kind of SAF as well. Is the system we have for standardization on the fuels, is it still adapted to the need we have? And maybe I will ask this question to all the 4 panel members to answer. So maybe you want to start first from a clean aviation perspective.
Yes, Vincent, it's a very relevant question. Myself, I'm not an expert in fuel per se, but my first reaction is indeed when we look at SAF, SAF can be produced either by synthetic fuel or biofuel. And what we need to, I think, converge on is the minimum level of requirements of the fuel and composition. And reminding again that SAF is a net zero solution. So yet, and this is a footnote, we need to bear in mind that every time we talk about SAF, we need to bear in mind about the impact that SAF production entails in terms of emissions, if we look at the full life cycle of the fuel. Just one aspect regarding how we address it in the clean aviation, where the objective is to develop technologies and engines in this particular fully utilizing SAF with 100% usage compatible by 2030, and that is the goal of our technologies.
Okay, so Martin, you want to react to that question as well?
Yeah, so Daniel is right. So SAF is still emitting CO2 in the atmosphere. We're taking it out first or taking it from other sources, but it's still emitting CO2. So the preferred option would be either electric or hydrogen. And bear in mind, for especially the electro fuels, the power to liquid fuels, you need hydrogen as an ingredient. And so also there, the hydrogen supply is very important. And I think when you look at the total energy consumption, it's much more energy intensive to fly on SAF than if you would fly on hydrogen. Well, a lot of things have been said before. It's about the availability, but I think also with the current standards for kerosene, there's still room to play with when it comes down to mainly the non-CO2 effects. If you would have in the current kerosene, you would have less aromatics, you would have less particulate matter that is being emitted, and you would have less contrails. So there's also some room to be gained when it comes down to the global warming effects. And of course, we need some research on the effects of the long-term effects of SAF on the fuel system and on the engines. But I think compared to the other challenges we have, and I think Airbus is already promising things about that. That is something we can tackle, and will probably have to be caught into some kind of standards. But
okay, so Torsten?
Going a little bit beyond the standards, because I'm not a fuel expert either, but what Martin was already mentioning in one of his earlier statements is the problem about the availability of green energy for producing stuff. So this is something that has to be resolved on a political level, really, because when we're talking about, I read a documentation about Germany where we say, okay, that although the new government is investing heavily into green energy, the green energy is still not enough to feed the houses, the energy consumption of the people. And then if we talk about sustainable fuel, we will probably have to compete with the car industry where we will come to sustainable fuel as well. So all of this needs the green energy to produce this sustainable fuels or this synthetic fuels. And there is also a political decision to be made in order almost to the who gets this kind of fuel and which industry gets this kind of fuels, because right now it is limited. Of course, this problem will maybe not dissolve, but go down over time when we have more sustainable energy sources like wind energy, like solar power. And also there, I have to come back to what Laurent said, there is surely some countries who are much more or who much better placed in terms of solar power because of simply of their location and because of their the amount of solar energy they are getting over the year. So there is an opportunity there. But for me, the standardization of this stuff is not so much a problem than the political issue really behind it.
I fully agree, Torsten. Very good statement. I think the first priority, as I said in the introduction, is to ramp up the existing SAF pathways. ASTM has qualified 7 different pathways of sustainable aviation fuels. Among the 7, 5 of them are able to be operated with a 50% blend on board the aircraft. What the problem is that we don't have enough production. So that's the first thing to address. And it's so convincing the energy producers that they have to invest into that the airlines need to commit to buy sustainable aviation fuels, and that with the ramping up of the production, the cost of the unit cost of SAF will decrease. So this process has to start. It's a sort of catch-22 situation today because the energy producers do not see the market because not enough airlines are committing to buy sustainable aviation fuels. And the cost cannot reduce if the production doesn't increase. So to break this catch-22 situation, the state needs to intervene. And that's where the SAF mandates play an important role. And also incentive measures, because the cost on the airlines can be relieved by financial incentive measures that the states can put in place, like tax reduction, which is, for example, what the US is considering. So the state has a key role to play to break this vicious circle. Then the ASTM, you mentioned, a standardization body, is doing a good job. We don't have to, at Airbus, at least we don't see the need to change or to improve this organization, but definitely they need to work on going from 50% blend to 100% blend. And that is the activity we are doing with them at the moment. And you know that there has been already flight tests performed by Airbus with an A319 and recently with an A380 flying with cooking oil, 100%. So we are looking at the impact on our systems, aircraft systems, of going from 50% to 100%. And that takes time, of course, and working hands in hands with ASTM on that.
Okay, so looking at the time, we have a few interesting questions from the audience, so I will take one out of them. I think maybe first a controversial question I see here. It's about what we discussed before about trade-offs between noise and emissions. Would higher noise emissions be accepted as a price for higher efficiency and reduced CO2? So maybe Laurent, as a manufacturer, you would be the first one to answer that question. When you designed a new aircraft and you talked about the open rotor, for example, obviously the open rotor has I think it's 30% reduced fuel consumption emissions, but obviously it's obvious that there is a challenge on the noise side. So how are you going to address that? And
yes, I would love to have Safran here on this panel to answer this question for me, but definitely there will not be a higher noise, even with the open rotor concept. That is clear, that the objective is to have an engine that does not produce more noise than the latest generation engines. And if we talk about more conventional engines, there is a natural technical trend that noise decreases with fuel consumption because you increase the bypass ratio of your engine, and therefore you have a higher proportion of cold air going through the engine and reducing the noise of the engine. And that has been the trend ever since the jet aircraft have started operating. So that trend will continue on conventional engines. The open rotor is a different design, of course, that might stabilize the noise level. But again, this is not the only mitigation measure we have to work on noise. As I said, procedures play a big role. Continuous descent approaches, RNP navigation to avoid specific areas. And speaking to the communities around the airports, what they want is not to see the aircraft fly over. They don't care so much about the aircraft being less noisy itself. They don't want to see the aircraft flying over. So procedures play a big role in mitigating the risk of noise impact on the ground.
Okay, so yeah, I see, Torsten, you want the airports. I mean, what's your priority? Obviously, you mentioned noise is very important, local communities, air quality as well. But obviously, through ACI as well, you're part of Destination 2050. It's about CO2. So obviously, manufacturers, they try to reduce everything, but trade-offs have to be made. So as an airport, what is the most important thing for you in all this environmental?
Difficult to say it's one or the other. I think if you ask people if they prefer noise over CO2, you will get different answers depending on how far away from an airport you live, probably because, or how much you are exposed to noise. I think noise in the daily life is the most obvious connection point to aviation for people, or negative connection point, I would say, because it's quite present. It's something that you hear every night, and it's not like you see emissions every night in the sky. So obviously, for the communities around the airport, noise is a key subject. But of course, we cannot underestimate the CO2 emissions and other emissions as well, because there is also a global responsibility, obviously, there from the aviation sector, and I think that's undoubted. I stay with what Laurent said, that about the noise, we can do a lot. Obviously, we're doing a lot. We're talking to people. We introduce procedures, like you said, continuous descent approach. Sometimes we use steep approaches, curved approaches. The possibility to have curved approaches, at least in night times, to circumnavigate the local communities is a big point where we are looking at, and this is something we are doing. And we must not forget that noise is very psychologically driven. It's not like the noise level that you're exposed to, it's the noise level that you feel. And to point this out, for instance, we are now at, I don't know, depending on the airport, at 60–70% of the pre-pandemic flight levels. But the fact that the number of flights had gone down to something like 20%, and it was very quiet in the skies, now makes the people feel like there's much more noise than there was the 3 years before. And so this is really, and to level these effects out is really only possible if you do a lot of communication, and on top, of course, of the physical measures, you do a lot of communication with your neighbors, and you have good relations with the neighbors. So the noise is a more tricky thing than really the CO2 emissions, which are for which there's no perception as per se by the people. So. So the answer is yes and no. It's actually we're going for both, but what affects our environmental people the most is clearly the noise, definitely.
Yes. So maybe Martin, I mean, you mentioned you worked on Destination 2050 for the European Aviation Associations. Obviously, that's a roadmap on CO2. Would you see a need for the European Aviation Associations to go further now and expand that to non-CO2 noise as well?
Yeah,
obviously noise
to do
being
the roadmap
difficult
for non-CO2. It's a bit more difficult, as already been said before. It's really depending on the time of the day, and it differs per flight, and your geographical location and things like that. So, no, I think there's definitely a need for that, but that requires still a lot of research, I think, to tackle all the uncertainties. And it's not just uncertainties; it's also, like I just said, the differences between every flight, and probably difficult also to catch that into a standard. About the noise question, I think the answer is no. it's impossible to increase the noise levels and while decreasing CO2. This is one thing, public acceptance and also the perception of noise, that's an important one, but it's also legislation. I think currently, and especially when looking at Amsterdam Airport, what's threatening the airport now, it's of course noise regulations that are in place, and there's just a limit, you have to stay within the contours, but also nitrogen deposition on the natural areas around the airport. And it's literally threatening Schiphol Airport at the moment. And this is another interesting trade-off between CO2 and NOx emissions of aircraft, where it's the other way around, where when you decrease the CO2 emissions, probably your NOx emissions increase. And that is the short-term threat to at least the Schiphol Airport. And through legislation, and for CO2, there's no legislation yet.
So maybe, Daniele, I mean, obviously also clean aviation is a lot focused on CO2, but how are you dealing within clean aviation with these trade-offs with noise and other parameters?
Yes, I want to echo all the comments that have been done by Martin, Laurent, and Torsten in terms of the challenge of prioritizing the two. But now I'm looking at the noise and the greenhouse gas emissions from a clean aviation program perspective. How we are tackling it is that the program itself is, by the regulation of the Clean Aviation Joint Undertaking, is that we are focusing on technology development for targeting a 30% greenhouse gas emission reduction. That's our main our goal. This being said, the technologies that are being developed, that will be developed under clean aviation, will need to be noise compliant. We cannot see a future where we have, let me say it bluntly, that we will be dying because of the emissions. We will not be, we will be dying because of the noise, and we will be safe because of the emissions, if I can oversimplify the situation. Of course, there is a level of complexity that is much higher.
Maybe if I can react to that, because you said noise compliance. I mean, in ICAO there is a discussion about dual standard setting for noise and emissions. So there is pressure also in ICAO to increase, the stringency on noise. Don't you see a risk that obviously we need to be compliant with whatever the noise regulations will be? And I think, Laurent, you said it, the manufacturers will do their best to improve the noise levels even when they work on the CO2. But don't you see a risk that if we have this dual standard setting at ICAO level with increased stringencies on noise, that we could undermine some of the efforts on the emissions and the CO2? By going too far in the standards and the legislation on noise, is there not a risk that this will at least decrease the way we can decarbonize aviation? And then again, it comes down to the question which was posed here: what is the priority? Obviously, we don't want more noise than we have today, but is the priority to decarbonize, or is the priority noise? Obviously, we want to have everything, but from a technology point of view, it's not going to work.
And there's not a technical solution for everything. So
exactly.
The simple solution is fly less.
Yes.
And it's also a behavioral thing, whether it's through legislation or people, a new generation who has a different view on sustainability. But that's an easy one, maybe a difficult one and an elephant in the room here, but it solves everything.
So who wants to answer for the...
Yeah, the next cycle at ICAO is actually going to link the two, as you explained, noise and CO2 emissions. And there's a trade-off to be made, but as I said, so far this has been naturally made. The engine evolution has always reduced CO2, at the same time it reduces noise. There can be some technical solutions like the open rotor where it's not so easy to achieve, but we cannot have solutions for everything. I agree with you, Martin. But nevertheless, we have to be conscious of the fact that noise, we have to work on it as well. And when we cannot find a technical solution, as Torsten said, I think communication with the communities around the airport is key. I was discussing the other day with an ex-general of the French Air Force, who was commanding a base in France, and he said to me, well, you know, I have an issue with my communities around, because when a fighter aircraft takes off from my base, it's like an earthquake. And he had no technical solution against that. What can you do? I mean, generations of fighter aircraft always make the same level of noise. The only instrument he had, and he told me, was communication. And he did every time regular communication exercises with the communities around the base, and it helped. It didn't solve all the issues, but it helped. So I think we have to really constantly inform the communities around the airport of what we are doing to improve, and there are mitigation measures, not just reducing the noise at its source, as I explained, and we need to explain that to the communities around the airport.
So I think we are coming to the end of this panel. It's 12 o'clock, so maybe just a final, very, very short statement of all the panel members. I think we learned certainly a lot today. There is a lot of things to do, and obviously standardization organizations like EUROCAE and others will have also to prepare their work programs to be aligned with all these roadmaps. But just a final statement from every panel member, very short, because we are really at the end of this panel.
Yes, thank you, Vincent. Well, to conclude, maybe I start with how I open it. The climate emergency is there, and the path towards climate neutrality by 2050 is a new dawn for aviation, I believe. This is a huge challenge to bring in disruption, to work together as a European community in aviation and for standardization, and to set the standard at global level. And on a personal note, by 2050, I will be close to retirement, I guess, depending on how it will be like by that time. And I'll be encouraging our sector to disrupt more, to be blunt, and of course, where possible, to leverage on public and private funding. But we need indeed to act now, and there's no time to lose. Thank you.
Okay, Martin?
Yeah, I think the European Union is already a great example, and we should avoid looking at each other at ICAO level and waiting for each other. I think we should set the standard. The urgency is here, and we cannot continue like we did before. We cannot rely on evolutionary technologies, on the 1% improvements. It has to be really disruptional, and this is well like a new era in aviation, and we should all contribute and realize this. Then otherwise, there's, in my opinion, no future for aviation.
Okay, Torsten?
Yeah, that was almost the same what I was about to say, because when I started, or when 10 years ago, but practically we were communicating that environmental sustainability for us is a license to grow. Today this has changed. It's almost a license to exist. It's really the license to continue, more or less, to be environmental, or to strive for environmental sustainability. And as Martin has quite rightly said, it's the future of the aviation sector is depending on this, and we need to pave the way right now. And this is through developments. Research is playing a major role, of course. Developments coming from this research, and the standards that go with it, basically. Yeah.
So, Laurent?
Thank you. Yes, I would say my final word would be we are in front of a key challenge, but as an industry, we are convinced we can reach this challenge. The thing is that we have to think global, and that is really important. We have to, because we are in front of very high investments to reach this objective, we have to have a global approach, and this obviously applies to future regulation and standardization. I'm happy to see that actually EUROCAE has this in mind in working hand in hand with SAE and RTCA. ICAO is an important body, and I heard also yesterday during the reward evening from the previous DG of Eurocontrol that there is EUROCAE, that there is a memorandum of cooperation between EUROCAE and and ICAO, and that needs to be really worked on, and we are ready to support that process as Airbus, because that would allow also improving the efficiency of the ICAO processes. And global and efficient and quick, that's the keywords. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I think we have come to the end of this panel. So by that, I will close the panel now. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all for coming today and for joining the panel. It was a great discussion, definitely some points to take and a lot of work to do. Thanks again. Before we go into the lunch break now, I want to also thank again our sponsors who helped us with this event. I think we have a visual here.
We set standards for safety-critical environments. We enable reliability and performance in control centers when it matters most. We are world market leaders in voice communication systems. Our systems keep 3 billion passengers safe each year. Our innovations solve capacity challenges and will impact the future of air traffic management. Police forces, first responders, public transport and maritime operators rely on Frequentis technology to keep us safe at all times. We are Frequentis, and our commitment is a safer world.
Thanks again. The next panel at 13:30 local time will be the space panel, the new frontier. So please enjoy the lunch and be back at 13:30. Final remark to the council members, please meet at the press wall for a quick picture. Thank you, enjoy your meal.
So, dear all, I hope you had a nice lunch. And we're now having a short video from our sponsor, Indra. Dear participants, so thank you. My name is Anna Guégan, as you can see on the slide behind me. So thank you for joining this last panel. We're ending on a particularly nice note, as our topic, Space, the New Frontier, is very exciting. Space has been given high visibility at the EU level through the EU Space Programme. The EU Space Strategy is focusing on space-based services, such as Copernicus, Galileo, and EGNOS, space-based secure connectivity system, and the latest developments on space traffic management. In this panel, we are fortunate to receive contributions from the major EU actors involved in space, while replacing the EU approach in the broader international context. This domain is particularly important for EUROCAE. Space is a recurring item in our technical work program. Many of our activities are touching on space, and we are developing many standards for space-based technologies. For example, Working Group 62 on the Global Navigation Satellite System, Working Group 28 on Ground-Based Augmentation System, and so on. Space will also play an important role in our newly launched Working Group 124 on radio frequency spectrum. Moreover, some of the challenges that are now faced in the spatial environment are similar to challenges overcome in aviation. Interoperability, safety, tracking, flow optimization, interference risks, or collision avoidance. These are all keywords that are fundamental to both environments. For this reason, EUROCAE is glad to end its panel sessions on such a promising topic. And we hope that next year we will already have some new working groups on space to present to you. Unfortunately, and due to various circumstances, our panel has had to be moved to a fully virtual. So I am now leaving the floor to Al to moderate our space-based panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you very much for that introduction, and welcome everyone to the EUROCAE Symposium panel on Space, the New Frontier. My name is Al Season, and I'm the Vice President of Aviation Technology and Standards for RTCA in Washington, D.C. And I'm sorry I couldn't be there with you in person, but safety first. I'm grateful to EUROCAE and Anna van Groote for asking me to moderate this panel. We live in an age where we're witnessing not just one, but two new aerospace industries coming to life. Uncrewed systems are quickly maturing into a force majeure that is evolving the airspace system and aviation as we know it. But since the 1990s, commercial space operations have also been growing and becoming a major part of the aerospace sector. Before this time, space operations were most often the purview of governments. The cost and complexity of building, launching, and operating space assets was simply beyond the reach of all but the biggest industry players. That's all changing today. Not only are satellites becoming smaller and more affordable, the launch systems are driving the per kilogram price of lofting new systems into space lower and lower. The American space shuttle used to cost $54,000 per kilogram to launch into orbit. Today, the Falcon Heavy Lifter costs $1,400 per kilogram. Reducing those costs is bringing the dream of getting into space to many more players. And the players are lining up. Not only do we see new satellite constellations being sent to orbit, we see a private market for suborbital trips, bringing the thrill of microgravity and seeing the curvature of the Earth to many more than the elite core of trained professionals. In the early 20th century, aviation had an opportunity to experiment and to succeed and to fail with little to no government regulation in the first years. Commercial space requested the same laissez-faire attitude from regulators while they worked out the kinks in their technology and the industry as a whole. Today, aviation is the safest form of transportation ever, thanks to that regulation and the standardization of technology that crosses international borders. Standards like those written by EUROCAE and RTCA, among others. As we move into normalized space operations, when do we begin the transition to a more regulated, standardized sector? How could the industry benefit from standards, and where does it want to be in the next 10 or 20 years as we all rush to orbit? Joining me to discuss this very interesting topic are Christopher Brain of Eurocontrol, Jose Luis Chinchilla of Indra, Rudolf Munez of the European Commission, and David Tomastini of the European Space Agency. Let's begin by hearing some words from each of them about their perspectives and their organizations and the projects that they're working on before we start the panel discussion. So I'll turn the panel over to Christopher to hear from Eurocontrol first, followed by Jose, Rudolf, and then David. Christopher?
Many thanks, Al, and good afternoon, everyone. Many thanks to EUROCAE for inviting me to participate this afternoon. I'll be talking not about space this afternoon, but higher airspace, which is the environment that one has to transit through to access space. Today in Europe, this volume of airspace is generally empty, but new users are expected to populate this airspace, and we need to find solutions to separate them and manage them, both space traffic and traffic that will remain in this airspace volume. Thanks a lot.
And over to, excuse me, over to Jose.
Sorry, Al. Yes, Jose Luis Chinchillas from Indra. That we are looking to find the solution for the future, and we are working for several years ago. What could be the best solution for air traffic for the global sector aviation? And we finally found that the space could be one of the best solutions for this kind of sector, like it is the global sector, like it is the aviation. And we want to propose today a new concept of how to use the space for the aviation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Rudolf.
So, good afternoon or good morning, depending where you are, or good evening even. So here, my name is Rudolf Munez, working at the European Commission. I'm in charge of the STM SSA and in the unit B1 of DG DEFI, unit of Christoph Kautz. And here what I will do, I will try to present you the new developments in the field of STM, because we have adopted at the EU level a joint communication on an EU approach to STM. So, and I will try as well to show, of course, the link with between the space traffic management and the air traffic management. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And David.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everybody. Thank you very much for having me here. I will talk about IRIS. satellite-based data communication system that will achieve a very major milestone in the commercial aviation. Early next year, we will have commercial aircraft flying with this new data communication system, and I'm very keen to talk about that.
Thank you very much, and I'm very keen to hear about everything all of you have to say. I think that the skills that we have here and the expertise is going to prove to have a fine panel. So what I'd like to do is turn it over to Chris to give your presentation, and then follow immediately by the other presenters directly in the deck.
Okay, many thanks, Al. Okay, so the title of my very short presentation is European Higher Airspace Operations, and I have some good news. I think we're writing a new chapter in the history of European aviation with this topic, but the bad news is we've still got to figure out how it's all going to work, and there lies the challenge. And we're starting with the ECHO project, which is the European Concept of Higher Operations project, which is sponsored by CESAR. The objective of the project is to find solutions to solving how we figure out how operations will work in this airspace volume. The work started back in 2019. There was a European Commission Symposium in Brussels on higher airspace, and one of the recommendations was to start work on a concept of operations. 2 months later, Eurocontrol was given the task to lead this activity, and then 6 months later, we started the project under CESAR. What am I talking about when I use the phrase higher airspace? Well, it's the volume of airspace which is above today's traffic and network. And essentially, it's up to where aviation law finishes and space begins. Clearly, there will be a need to ensure that traffic passes through the existing network safely, and we will also be addressing this key issue in the concept of operations. And of course, we also need to think about our interface with space and STM and how the roles and responsibilities will work in the future. Also, of course, our neighbours, we're one region, Europe. How is this higher airspace going to work with our neighbouring regions? Maybe we should look at global solutions there to ensure users can move across the planet easily. Okay, next slide, please. We basically have three types of or three sectors that we expect to use the higher airspace. The commercial space operations, launches from the surface up until to space, and in the future, traffic returning. We've got also another set of users, high altitude, long endurance platforms, and they could be solar powered machines, they could be balloons, and they could be airships. Another varied community. And then thirdly, we've got another sector which is the return of supersonic flight, and of course, perhaps in the future, hypersonic air transport flight. This slide is just showing you the ECHO project. We've got three work packages essentially. One dealing with some early research which was conducted by DLR. We wanted to find out what work had already been done in this area in the past. The second work package deals with demand and competency, demand analysis. And that included collecting use cases, categorizing the future traffic, and that kind of work. And then last but not least, we've got a work package dealing with principles and assumptions and the concept of operations. And that's the main deliverable of the project. Back in the Symposium in 2019, it was encouraged that we work closely with EASA in developing the concept of operations, because in parallel, they are developing the regulatory framework for this volume of airspace. And I'm pleased to say this is working well. And we're sharing work with them as the project proceeds. Next slide, please. Okay, so we're a consortium in the project. We have air navigation service providers, we have CAAs, we have some industry representatives, we have also some new users, which is extremely important. And of course, one or two research institutes which are helping us in the work. We also have an advisory board, and I'm pleased to say on that board we have ESA, European Defence Agency, and also EASA, plus UK CAA, UK NATS, NAV Canada, and we've just been joined by the HAPS Alliance, which is going to be very, very useful indeed. The next slide, please. Okay, just a few words about the demand analysis. This we consider to be a very important piece of work. We put together use cases, we categorize the traffic, as I've said earlier, but we were keen to look across the short, medium and long term to identify what the demand on this higher airspace will be. Because actually it's really critical. It will the relationship with the CONOPS, of course, is important. That means that we build according to the demand. We keep one step ahead of it, but we don't create something that won't be used. And I think this is really, really important. So this is a piece of work which was conducted by DLR and is now available on our website for people to have a look at. Next slide, please. Okay, back to the main deliverable. Right at the beginning of the project, we decided that we needed some principles and assumptions, and that was the first step on the road to creating the concept of operations. And we've developed some principles and assumptions for safety, security and defense, access to the airspace, which of course is really important for users, civil military coordination. We considered what we might need and what constraints might be there in terms of environmental aspects, the airspace design, and last but not least, what kind of services do we need in this new environment? Next slide, please. So where are we today? Well, we've completed, as I said, principles and assumptions, and also the demand side. We're now literally drafting the CONOPS. We're a drafting group of 15 to 20 people formed by the consortium, and the plan is to deliver the CONOPS by the summer. And we have a workshop in October, November, and it's there we'll be presenting the final version. Next slide, please. In creating the CONOPS, we were keen to start with a vision, and we were thinking long term, 2050 plus, thinking about what technology would allow us in terms of what vehicles would be there at that time, and what infrastructure we would need, and what services we would need to facilitate these operations. And again, once more, what the final demand would look like. So that's our starting point in the CONOPS. And now we're at a point where we are working out how we get from here to there. Next slide, please. These are the key, basically the key chapters in the CONOPS. We're starting with a description of the current operational environment in the higher airspace and in the ATS airspace below. We will then describe in full what we think the final vision will be looking like. And then we'll be looking at a development roadmap, how to get from here to there in the short and medium term, based on what we see and how the traffic is expected to evolve. We will then move on and provide some use cases. And we've also got a requirement in the document to look at contingency. And of course, also the enablers, the infrastructure, the comm, nav, and surveillance needs that we might need for the future. On the topic of contingency, that's really important because today we have even a European crisis cell for today's air traffic. But in the future, we may need to look at things in a wider scale and identify emergencies, accidents that we might have to deal with in the future with these new vehicles and in the new operating environment. And that basically is the key and the kernel of the current document that we're drafting. Next slide, please. Some people, when we start discussing with the new users, who some of them have not got any aviation background whatsoever, so it's really good to have early discussions with them. Many people think we're starting with a blank sheet in the airspace above the current operation, typically above flight level 660. But actually, states have published UIRs up to unlimited. Some have capped them at 660. But actually, there is already then a framework there. And some states that you can see here in blue have actually designated the airspace as Class G, up to unlimited. So you can see there's a patchwork there, which obviously needs to be harmonized. That won't be an easy task, but this is something that the ConOps will address, and obviously the follow-up work in the future. Next slide, please. This is a quick checklist. We had a look at the standard European rules of the air and tried to make an estimate of what we might need to change to facilitate new operations and the new environment. So there's just a few things there. I won't go into the detail, but clearly there's some considerable work to be done there to resolve some of those things. Next slide, please. So always good to have a reality check. We're right in the middle of drafting, so that's good. But I think it's good sometimes to stand back and think, is the work we're doing actually needed? And I'm working as part of the network manager in Eurocontrol. And over the last 6 months, we are now working with pioneers who wish to access the airspace. Not only the current environment, but also the higher airspace and into space. And it's the commercial space sector which is taking the lead. We're in a dialogue with Virgin Orbit for an air launch from the south of Ireland in July of this year. And on the right there, you can see a number of black dots which show the formation and construction and planning of spaceports in Europe. And there are quite a few in the UK. I've ringed a few of them, and we're in a dialogue with some of those users there and planning launches between the end of the year and in 2023. It's a good reality check. It shows you that the demand is there and is coming, and we need to be prepared for it. So, next slide, please. That really concludes my presentation. Thanks very much indeed for your attention.
Thank you, Chris. That was a fascinating look at a coming industry that is going to really impact aviation at its core. That integration is going to be very important. So now we go to Jose.
Thanks, Albert. Good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. Space is not something new for the aviation sector. But today I want to propose a new concept of how to use the space for the aviation sector. Imagine for a moment that the CNS infrastructure that currently exists on the ground could be transferred to the space. Let's go. Next slide, please. Currently, each of the communication, navigation, and surveillance services, there is a set of technologies that make these services possible. As we can see, there are several different technologies that are used from the ground or from the space or from both. But this set of technologies are not designed in an homogeneous way, and although these technologies are providing CNS services, these services have not the same capability if they are provided from the ground or from the space. But let us go a little further on this problem. Next slide. The first advance from space for air traffic was the satellite communication with Inmarsat GEO satellite system. It was not a system designed for aviation. It was for maritime traffic, and the aircraft have to adapt its avionics to this technology. Of course, that was a great advance, first in safety and later in communication. Communication which was originally promoted by the airlines because of the necessity to manage their fleets, and sometime later was incorporated the ATS application as CPDLC and ADSC. These communications are in the continuous evolving, trying to increase the communication capacity for the ATS and AOC services as IRIS project or ACARS over IP. Next slide, please. The second great advance was the navigation aid provided from the space with the Global Navigation Satellite System. The GNSS provide a good position for the aircraft, but not enough for aviation needs. And that was the driver to develop solutions as SBAS, more focused in route application, and GBAS, more focused in approach and landing. These systems have made possible to increase and improve the efficiency of the airspace management with concepts such as performance-based navigation, the PBN, especially in the highly congested airspace as Europe, USA, or the narrow corridors in China airspace. At the same time, this kind of technology from the space are helping to rationalize the ground infrastructure as VOR, NDVs, and TACAM system. Next slide, please. Only a few years ago, a new space system had been developed based on the LEO constellation that are providing communication and surveillance services for air traffic. But happening the same with Inmarsat. The case of the Iridium has not been designed for the need of the air traffic. On top of that, in the case of the communication, Iridium system is not compatible with the Inmarsat, and it is a big problem for airlines that had to choose one, other, or both. Despite these problems, this LEO constellation has provided two great advances. One, that has increased the coverage to a global coverage, including the polar areas, and another, the global ADSB surveillance services from the space, a really great advance for air traffic management. Next slide, please. And now we come to the conceptual change announced at the beginning. Design a satellite system constellation to provide services exclusively to air traffic. A new concept provided by Starticle, a joint venture from Enaire and Indra, with the main objective is that the satellite constellation is who adapts the performances and capability to the evolution of the aircraft technology and not the other way around. The initial design will be only for VHF communication services and ADSB and multilateration surveillance services for ATS and AOC. This is to be sure that all aircrafts could be or could use this solution without any change in their avionics. Once a new technology takes place for ATS or AOC, then this technology will be incorporated to the new constellation together with the legacy technology. In this way, this solution will be also a bridge to accelerate the technology evolution. This constellation will be renovated every 5 years. but we don't want to contribute to the space debris. The satellites, at the end of their life, will deorbit in a controlled way until they are destroyed in the atmosphere. This kind of solution brings great benefits for air traffic. Global coverage without the need to change the avionics. ADS-B surveillance services combine it with multilateration to improve the integrity of the data that will provide the possibility to operate in oceanic as radar-like. A VHF communication system that allows the same operation as in continental, with just push to talk. In data, it will be possible to help at a global level to evolve the concept of trajectory-based operation, the TBO, starting with the standard projected profile, the APP. This continental-like surveillance and communication characteristic will allow the air navigation service provider to be able to design more efficient airspace, especially at the transition border between continental and oceanic areas. This airspace efficiency improvement will allow airlines to use their preferred route with considerable saving in energy and the CO2 emission. The air navigation service provider will also be able to save investment CapEx by reducing and optimizing their infrastructure. In summary, this is a disruptive game changer that can change the sector in a very positive way and in a short period of time. Next slide, please. But how can this be achieved? From a technological point of view and from an economic point of view, this type of solution 10 or 15 years ago were unfeasible. But the great advance of technology made this possible. From the space point of view, the new space concept has brought a revolution to the space sector. First, in the context of the size of satellites. Instead to use a very large satellite, using many but small satellites. In addition, the increasing of the launcher capacity. Now, not only the large corporation and government have the access to the space, now the access barrier has lowered it, and it is what made this type of solution feasible. Next slide, please. But space and the use of the frequencies are limited resources that must be optimized and organized, and it is not easy. The regularity process to obtain services allocation in a certain areas of the spectrum is a real headache, and it is difficult to obtain new allocation. And this easy accessibility to the space is becoming a potential problem due to the lack of a mandatory regulation for the use of the space. The saturation of the LEO orbits, the space debris, and the potential risk of a cyber attack on one of these constellations could cause a collision chain with Kessler effect that are the great current problems in the space. Next slide, please. And we come to the last challenge, the operational regulation. How we use these new services from the space. This is a task in which many entities, global and regional, must also agree. ICAO sets the global doctrine, but each region has different implementation rate that cause imbalance in capacity around the world. This type of solution must be corrected from a global perspective. Air navigation service provider, airlines, industry, regulator need to be aligned to achieve global solutions. Regional entities as CSAR, NextGen, EUROCAE, Eurocontrol, EASA, RTCA, they are necessary, and they need to reinforce their alignment thinking in global. And the global entity as ICAO, CANSO, or IATA should be more proactive promoting global solutions. Next slide, please. In summary, the future is the space, for sure. Space is a perfect solution for global activity as the aviation sector. But the space and the spectrum are limited resources, and aviation cannot lose the trend. We, the aviation sector, we need to reinforce our position on space and spectrum. And it is just now, it's now when we need to take action. Next slide, please. Thank you very much to give me this opportunity to share with you this new concept of how to use the space for air traffic domain. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jose. That was very interesting, and it's certainly a call to action for the aviation sector to step up and address these issues that are facing us, and the use of space assets in aviation in a much more efficient manner. So interesting presentation, and I'm looking forward to the discussion later. But to Rodolphe.
Thank you very much. So first, thank you very much for inviting me to make this presentation. If you can go already to the next slide, please. So I think what I will do, I will try to present to you this EU approach on space traffic management, and there I will give a very brief overview of the STM joint communication. It's a joint communication because it's done at the same time by the Commission and EAS. I will try to underline a bit the link with the STM communication in aviation, and then there is a slide with further information where you can go and get more information. I will not develop all the elements present in my slide because, like, of course, the other speakers, I have more or less 10 minutes to go. But I would like to say that this is a very good link with the excellent work which is done and presented by Chris on ECO, which is in between. If you want, you have the airplane, then you have the in between, and then you have the space. And as well, this is a way to answer to indeed what has been presented by Jose on the risk of the Kessler effect. So we try indeed to find a solution. So next slide, please. On the STM communication, basically, I will speak very quickly about the definition, which is anyway in the STM communication. Then I will develop how did we develop this STM communication, why we develop it, and what are the actions that we plan to adopt. Next slide, please. So here, on the definition side, I just would like to highlight that it was very difficult to give a definition of space traffic management. We had to give one, and this is a working definition. So we are very clear in the presentation, in the STM communication. Why we had to give one? Because if you adopt a document about space traffic management, it's better to say what you are talking about. But we are very modest. We don't claim that this is the final definition. What is interesting is, you see, it's very broad, the means and rules to access, conduct activities in, and return from outer space safely, sustainably, and securely. And there you can already see very easily the link with the airspace, because, of course, when you want to access to space, well, you have to go through airspace. And then when you come back as well, so therefore there is a clear link. And you see that on the STM relates to the following elements. You have on the point E, the re-entry phase of spacecraft into the airspace. So we really insist on this. Next slide, please. So the elaboration of this joint communication between the Commission and the EAS was a long way, because indeed for member states this is a bit at the beginning was difficult to think that the EU could propose something in this field, because of course it's really at the remit of the different competences. So what we did, first we based our work on the current work of the EU SST, and we'll come back to it. So we are present in the field of collision avoidance since now 2016 at the EU level. But we work a lot with the member states. That's why I put the link with the space working parties, which is where we exchange with the member states. We launched several research as well, some pilot projects, some coordination support actions under Horizon 2020, where we involve more than 30 companies in order to have feedbacks, to learn from it. Then, of course, we had a lot of exchange of views, and then we produced in February this year this joint communication. But it's very important to note that when the Commission proposed the space regulation, so for the one who don't know, the space regulation is where you have all the flagships. And when the Commission did it in June 2018, you had nearly nothing about space traffic management in it. And the US came with the idea of space traffic management at the end of June 18. So we had to develop something in parallel. And this is what we did with this communication. Next slide, please. So why we need to act? Well, today, space, of course, is more than important. I think the presentation for tomorrow, Space for Tomorrow, the presentation of Jose is very good, because it shows that in your sector, space will be more and more important. And this is a case for nearly all sectors. This is not debatable. In addition, you have as well, something is changing. These reusable launchers, the cost of launch, of course, this has been presented at the beginning as well, regarding the cost of kilograms. And you have more and more as well investments at the US, but as well in the EU. And this is due that this is, in fact, space has quite a high return on investment. So then what do we have? In the STM communication, we gave very conservative figures. You see, we said 20,000 new satellites in the next 10 years. What you have to know, for the ones who don't know, of course, is since we started to launch an object in space 60 years ago, or 70 now years ago, we launched more or less, depending how you count, okay, 10,000 objects. And now, in the next years to come, is 20,000. But this is a very conservative figure. Just to give you an example, the eSpace from Greg Weiler planned to send 100,000 satellites only in LEO. 100,000. So 10 times what we have sent only in 70 years. And then other are planning. The filing in ITU, I gave only this example, 300,000 satellite registration for Rwanda, but that it's very hard to have the exact figures, but you have around nearly 1 million of different requests which has been done at the ITU. So even if you take, I don't know, 20, 30%, then you will have a very, very crowded space indeed. And this crowded space means a lot of debris. Today we have 128 million debris of less than a centimeter. And just to give you an example, so EU SST is a system in order to take care of EU satellites, and today you have one high interest event per day. A high interest event is a potential risk of collision between a satellite and a debris, or a satellite and another satellite. And this is only for the satellites that EU SST take care of, which are only European satellites. So it's a limited number. So you can imagine with the other. Next slide, please. So here you have the content of the STM communication. So, of course, you can criticize the STM communication. There are good things, bad things, but at least what we try to do is to put all together all the elements necessary in order to develop a space traffic management. So the idea is in this document you have 4 pillars, and we will tackle first the civil and military STM requirement, which is will be easier because, as I said, it's a joint communication with the European External Action Service, EES. Then you have the operational capabilities, which is the second pillar, then the regulatory aspects, and finally the international aspects. There, on the operational aspects, it's very important. Why? Because today, if you want to be heard in the field of STM, you have to prove that you can see something in space. Because if you cannot see something, you can develop beautiful legislation, beautiful guidelines, but nobody will listen to you because you are not credible. So it's a very important pillar. Next slide, please. So don't worry, I will not develop everything in this slide, but you will have it, so you can see it. The operational capabilities, at the EU level, we will base ourselves on EU SST. Next slide, please. And what is EU SST? EU SST is indeed a system that is today operating with 7 member states, which is operational 24/7, and which is providing services. And today we cover more than 90% of satellites from the EU. And tomorrow we will offer these services as well to non-EU operators. Next slide, please. So what are we providing? We are providing a collision avoidance and as well a re-entry analysis. And there I want to say that it's a good thing because it was exactly 1 year ago with re-entry of the Tiangong stage of the rocket from China, who re-enter, and we had, of course, to look for the risk for aviation. And we had a very, very, very good exchange with EASA on that point, and we are building on that. I know that Eurocontrol, of course, was informed, and we have now we are developing for the future more targeted service to what you could use on this re-entry. And then fragmentation, which is something different, is more for military with the ASAT test, I will say. So then next slide, please. So this, in order to provide this type of service, we are relying on many, many, many sensors. And this is what I was telling you. If you want to be credible, you need to be able to watch what you have in space. And in order to watch what you have in space, you need what? Sensors. And these are the sensors all over the globe that we are using in order to provide these services. Among them, the re-entry one. Next slide, please. And this is just to show you that we have, for example, for the re-entry, more than 100 organizations who are following indeed the re-entry, but as well the collision. And you see all the organizations that we have. It's a rather big scope. Next slide, please. So I just would like to insist on the regulatory pillar. Why? Because there it's really something new. We managed to push for what? For first, better development and further development of standards. So, and as well with a regulatory approach. So we plan to have a regulatory approach towards a legislative proposal in the field of STM. But of course, as I said, because it's a very peculiar topic, really at the remit of the different competencies, EU and member states, of course, we will work hands to hands with the member states in order to develop these elements. Next slide, please. And of course, the international pillar, because we know that we can develop the best EU approach. I mean, space is without borders, so we need to cooperate. We need to have an international approach, And for that, we are planning in the STM communication to have a specific international approach. Next slide, please. What is important as well, this STM communication is quite bold in a way. Why? Because what is a communication is really a political message that we send. But time to time with a political message, you lack a bit of concrete actions. And in addition, what you lack is timing. And there we were very bold because we gave for every single action a timeline when we need to adopt it. And just to let you know, for example, that one action which was planned on 2023, which is the establishment of a specific forum with industry, we are ahead because we launched the forum this week at the EU level with all the EU companies in order to be prepared to develop an EU industry approach for STM. Next slide, please. So there, I still have 2 slides and it's over. So here, just to say that in the STM communication, if you have time, and there is a link at the end, it's rather short to read and easy, I think, to read. I advise you really to have a look at it. And you can see that within the communication, we, of course, included a lot of reference and comments toward aviation. Because, of course, we work with our colleagues from DG Move, for example, who are, of course, heavily involved in the eco system. So there on the development of covering both civil and military needs, of course, we will involve definitely aviation. It's even written in the communication. In order, so we plan as well to develop new services, and among these new services, as I said, for example, some more targeted services or tailored, I would say, services more for the aviation in case of re-entry. And on the regulatory action, you see that we clearly say that we need to avoid a fragmented approach because this might be detrimental for the other sectors, and there we insist in particular in aviation. This is a sentence taken from the STM communication. Finally, next slide, please. There you will receive the slide so you can see, you will have the STM communication, the link with EU SST. If you are interested, you can register to some of the services. For the collision avoidance, of course, you need to have a satellite in order to register. For the other, you have more possibility to register. Put as well the link with DigiDefi, where we have a lot of presentations on STM, on the STM communication, and on this forum for industry as well. Last slide, please. Thank you very much for your attention. So really to conclude, I think we, at the EU level, we want now, and we have a clear message, politically, we want to address STM. And of course, in order to address STM, what we will need to do is to discuss with you, because you are part of the picture, like definitely for the access and for example, the re-entry. Over. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rodolphe. A very, very clear picture of the challenge facing orbital operations in the future if the number of vehicles end up on orbit as is planned right now. So that's certainly a very interesting topic that is going to need to be addressed. And now, David.
Thank you very much. So we can move straight forward to the next slide. Is it possible to make it a little bit bigger? Very good. Thank you very much. So let's start with what is IRIS. IRIS is a satellite communication system for safe and secure air traffic management in continental Europe. But as we will see in a few slides, it can be easily scaled to become a global solution. IRIS builds on the existing Inmarsat infrastructure, the I4 geostationary satellites, the new ones, the I6 coming soon, and the Swift Broadband Safety SBS service, which has already been certified by FAA for use in oceanic airspace. The IRIS service provider will be certified by EASA by next year, following an typical AOA process. Next slide, please. Why IRIS? Well, IRIS adds security to the data link communication, and we know that security is more and more important in the aviation community. But IRIS provides ATNB1, ATSB2, ACARS, both CPDLC and AOC, as well as voice and IP connection for electronic flight bags, and all this in one single system. IRIS supports data-hungry services and will contribute to offload VDL-Mode 2 in Europe. This is very important. IRIS provides a broadband system, which is significantly higher in terms of data throughput with respect to the current terrestrial infrastructure available. And last but not least, IRIS contributes to a greener aviation. I would like to spend a few more words on that. The next slide, please. Aviation is responsible for 3 to 5 of the European Union's total greenhouse emissions and more than 2% of global emissions. Thanks to trajectory-based operations, TBO, IRIS will contribute to decarbonize the aviation. And actually, IRIS is the right technology which has the right capabilities in terms of performances, for instance, to enable in an effective way TBO. And of course, once the trajectories are optimized, the routes are more efficient, less fuel consumption, less CO2 emission, as simple as that. Detailed analysis have been carried out to quantify actually the CO2 savings, and this is being done together with Eurocontrol. We don't have yet the final outcomes of this analysis, but we expect that the saving of CO2 will be in the order of a few million tons per year just in Europe. Next slide, please. Let's have a look now at the IRIS key features. First one, performance. IRIS is compliant to ATNB1 and ATSB2 performance standards. Next one, coverage. IRIS provides, not next slide, the next key feature, thank you. Coverage. IRIS provides immediate coverage on existing infrastructure for Europe and provides worldwide satellite coverage, of course, excluding the polar regions. Capacity. IRIS provides immediate bandwidth available for data-hungry services, and it's even scalable. We have run a capacity analysis in the recent past, and this has demonstrated that IRIS, in the current configuration as it is, can cope with traffic demand at least till 2040 in Europe. Security. IRIS provides a security data link, and again, security is very important. And last but not least, continuity of services. IRIS can immediately complement the existing terrestrial data link, and of course here I'm referring to the VDL-Mode 2, and it will do it in a dual link fashion. And then IRIS, of course, the IRIS infrastructure provides an asset to build reliable solutions for future ATM needs. There are a lot of examples that I could make here, but I will focus a little bit later on some other slides about ATM IPS and UAVs. Next slide, please. Let's have a look now at the high-level architecture. Before explaining a little bit this picture, what I would like to say is that all what you see here is already available, has already been developed, has already been tested. Now the next step is to complete the certification. But I will get back to that later in the next slide. If you can make the picture maybe a little bit bigger as it was before. Anyway. Let's start with the aircraft. Yeah, thank you very much. Let's start with the aircraft. You see the red elements there. We have two options there for the satellite terminals. We have either the Aviator 200S, developed by Cobham, to be used together with the ATSU by Airbus, or the Aspire 400 terminal developed by Honeywell. The satellite terminal, of course, connects to the satellite antenna, which connects to the satellite and back to the Earth, to the Inmarsat ground stations. We have two primary ground stations, one in the Hawaii, in Pamalu, and one in Borum, in the Netherlands. These two stations provide worldwide coverage. The Inmarsat ground stations connect to the IRIS Secure Ground Facility, and we provide ACARS plus ATNOSI plus voice, all the red communication lines here, they are secured. And we provide them to the air navigation service providers and to the airlines. Of course, this is done through the communication service providers, either SITA or ARINC. On top of that, there is an additional link that you can see here in orange, which is called Airline IP. This is intentionally on purpose not secured, because it's not needed or because the security can be provided in a different manner, for instance, at application level. This is mainly used for electronic flight bags applications by the airlines. Next slide, please. Yeah, and this is probably the most important slide of the entire presentation. I will talk here about the IRIS pre-commercial flights. As you can see in the picture and in the timeline, as from the beginning of this year, or maybe even earlier, there will be commercial aircraft. This will belong to the EasyJet fleet, about a dozen, that will fly in continental Europe using operationally ATC, in particular CPDLC, but also ADSC will be used. In the picture, you can see a snapshot about the airlines, the NSPs, which are participating in the program, and we are looking forward also to expand the number of NSPs participating, but we are very, very happy with that. Of course, in order to have commercial flights using operational CPDLC, a lot of prerequisites have to happen, some of them very important. Of course, the first one is to have the first commercial aircraft equipped, and this will happen with EasyJet and will happen by November of this year. Then the next step, as I was mentioning before, that something is still to be completed about certification, is the certification of the satellite terminals. And it's what you see here in this Airbus LCS ATSU type certified, which of course includes ATNOSI, which is key. And then, of course, we need a green light from EASA. And this is expected to happen also by the end of this year. It will not be a full certification. They call it a certification with limitation. But this will be, for us, good enough to start the IRIS pre-commercial flights. And then, let me spend maybe a couple of words why I call it here pre-commercial. Because apart from the service value chain that by the beginning of next year will not be yet in place there about who is paying what and how much, all the rest will be operational, will be like all the other commercial airlines. So thanks to the data that will be gathered during these 6 months pre-commercial flights, the aim is by Q3 of 2023 to have the full certification of the IRIS service provider. And now I can spend a few words about that. The ESSP, the European Satellite Service Provider, has already applied to become the IRIS service provider, and it applied by the end of last year. So by Q3 2023, we plan to have a full IRIS service provider certified. Before I move to the next slide, just a few words about what you see on the left side, starting from Q1 22. Of course, a lot of tests have already been done at laboratory level, but we have also been very busy in doing tests in the air with testing aircraft, first with Honeywell, but also with Airbus, in particular using operational CPDLC, and a few tests have just been carried out a few weeks ago. As far as I know, nothing major needs still to be tested. We are ready and looking forward to start these IRIS pre-commercial flights. Next slide, please. And now let's look a little bit more into the future in terms of what's coming next. And I've used here intentionally the word global, because global, of course, has a geographical meaning, but it can have also other dimensions, as we will see. IRIS infrastructure is already available worldwide. The service expansions toward the American and the Asian market is not being investigated, is ongoing. A preliminary end-to-end ITN IPS solution is being developed to support the SESAR Solutions 77 and 107 validations that will happen in this year. The outcomes of these validations will be included in the ICAO IPS validation report. So this is key for the standardization of IPS. Later on, following the consolidations of the ITN IPS standards, a final solution will be developed. Here I've provisionally indicated something like 2024. We will see how it will go also with the standardization. And of course, this will include OSI IPS interoperability, because this interoperability is a must. We will have aircrafts equipped only with OSI, aircrafts equipped only with IPS. It will be possible to handle them in a very efficient and transparent way. Next slide. And this is another dimension, I would say, because a dedicated UAV service by Inmarsat will be customized and offered in line with the U-Space framework. And of course, this will be built on the Inmarsat infrastructure. As from 2024, we will have UAV flight tests with state-of-the-art SATCOM terminals. Here, by state-of-the-art SATCOM terminals, I mean SATCOM terminals which are specifically designed and developed for specific type of UAVs. Next slide, please. So, just to wrap up, in summary, IRIS is a secured data link compliant to performance requirements. IRIS will complement and offload VDLMO2 infrastructure in a dual link fashion. At the beginning of 2023, there will be pre-commercial flights with EasyJet, and I didn't mention it earlier intentionally, I do it now. We have other airlines in the pipeline. We are in very advanced discussion with other airlines who wants to join as well. The service expansion towards the American national market, I said it already before, is ongoing, and IRIS will support also IT and IPS and UAV services. And I forgot to add it here. Of course, IRIS will also support a greener aviation, as I've stated before. Next slide. That's it. Thank you very much. Here, there is my email address in case anybody would like to contact me for more info later on. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, David. That's a fascinating use of satellite technology that's coming. I want to start my question with you, if I could. It's sort of a two-part question. Why are you addressing the UAV segment with IRIS, and do you see it extending to the use of small UAV systems in the future?
Absolutely. Thank you very much for this very good question. Well, I think that there is a common agreement about the fact that a big portion of the market in the UAV segment is related to big loss beyond visual line of sight operations. And as soon as you talk about about this kind of operations, of course, safety and security become crucial. They go immediately on the high end, I would say, of the scale. And this becomes even more true if you have to do this type of operations in airspaces in which you have a mix of UAV and manned aircraft. So as we are already doing this safe and secure service by IRIS for the commercial aviation, I think the link and the synergy to do that for the UAV segment is quite, I would say, it's quite obvious. It's quite linear. And I would like to say also something more on that. I mean, as I mentioned before, with the commercial aviation, we are doing it with a dual link fashion, which means that we are allowing SATCOM, IRIS SATCOM, to coexist together with the terrestrial VDLMO2 infrastructure. But we know that in the UAV segment, there is more than two links. There are many links, Wi-Fi, 5G, 6G in the future, SATCOM, and probably also many others. So there we will develop a solution which is a multi-link fashion solution, which will allow to exploit more communication means. And because of that, when you have more communication means, of course, the performances, the robustness, everything, it's better. And this is another way how to boost security and how to boost safety. And getting back to your question about small drones, yes, absolutely. And when I was talking about this state-of-the-art terminals, I was really, this was somehow telepathy. I was really thinking about small drones because we are developing some very sexy, very small satellite terminals. They are called SWAPs, if I well remember, so small in dimension, small in weight, and also small in power consumption. And I can already say also small in price. They will be provided at a fraction of the price. They are not yet ready, but they will come very, very soon, in a matter of months, maybe 1 or 2 years.
That is fascinating. Very interesting that you can get a satellite terminal system with low swap, especially low cost. That's an exciting future. I'd like to throw the next question to Jose, if I could. So you also presented a concept for space infrastructure called Starticle, the Starticle proposal. How is that initiative going, and when can we expect that to be in operation?
Okay, Starticle is a joint venture powered by Enaire and Indra, with the target to develop this kind of solution. And this initiative now is working in four different aspects. One is developing the satellite solution, launching the first satellite in Q4 this year, and another 2 satellites in Q4 next year. And there is also running a proof of concept linking a controller from Gran Canaria ACC Center with one aircraft flying in the Atlantic Oceanic using the VHF technology. This proof of concept is supported by CSAR funding, and it is ongoing for the final testing this year. The third activity is, you know, that we need to achieve the regulation, we need to achieve the allocation. Then we are participating in the ITUR working group to provide the studies and the evidence that to be compatible to the use of the aeronautical mobile satellites and road services in the VHF frequency to be approved in the World Radio Conference in November 2023. And after that, we are also participating in the ICAO working group to study the necessary operational standardization that will need change to incorporate this kind of solution. Then if we align all of these activities, could be possible, if all of these tasks progress in the correct way, could be possible to have this solution available in the market by 2027.
Well, that sounds like a pretty aggressive schedule. It'll be fascinating to see if you're able to keep that schedule, and I wish you all the luck. It sounds like you're going to be providing some great services. Question to Michael. In the development, I'm sorry, not Michael. Question to Chris. I don't know why I say Michael. I apologize. Question to Chris. In the development of your ConOps, your operations concept, whose responsibility do you see it being to separate and control the flow of the tropospheric, stratospheric, and mesospheric traffic? So basically from the surface to around 300,000 feet. Will that be a single entity using a single system, or do you see some kind of integration challenge ahead of us?
Yes, it's a very good question. I think certainly the question relates to the services that are that need to be identified and provided. Obviously, the traffic in this environment is going to be a lot less, even if we look into, say, 2050, than certainly in the lower airspace and the ATS airspace. So there will be opportunities, of course, for concepts that we've seen being researched, like flight-centric air traffic control. And that actually is perhaps a good place to test out those kinds of ideas in a single environment. I think what we need to do is move away from the fragmented airspace that we've have in the legacy airspace, in the ATS airspace, and this new volume perhaps allows us for the opportunity to harmonize and perhaps unify the volume in terms of services in the future. So that's my reply to that one.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you, Chris. Very interesting. We're running out of time. I managed to get an extra 5 minutes off of the schedule off of Anna, but I'm sure she's going to give me the hook soon, as we say here in the U.S. Last question to Rudolf. The numbers you quote in your activities for the future of space, they seem untenable to me. How do we approach such a large collection of orbital objects? And part of that question is, should industry be required to clean up after themselves with deorbit plans before they launch? And how can standards aid in coming up with those orbital plans ahead of time?
Yes, thank you very much for your question. Indeed, this is quite scary when you look to the figures, and but it's very difficult as well to, in a way, to sell, because you just look like the Cassandra saying, "Look, it's going to be a catastrophe." But I think when you put together the figures, it's true. So that's all. So it's why we tried to really develop all the elements, is what I put. First, the 4 avenues that I have presented to you, because the only way to tackle the issue is really to go through first, what can you see? And just to give you an example to what you said, if you have a very high number of satellites, you cannot do collision avoidance like you are doing today. You need to do automatic one. You need to use as well some artificial intelligence. You need to eventually use as well some quantum technology, because in order to make the calculation. So this is what we plan to do. And regarding the standards, there you're right. We need to develop the standards. You have some standards and a lot of guidelines. I mean, what we call, being a lawyer, a soft law. But to which point this soft law is used by industry, this is another question. So you need indeed to develop incentives, because in order to implement these elements, this has a cost for industry. So first, incentives. And the second element is what I told you on this legislative approach. We need to have a legislative approach. Among them, I think it's one which is mentioned, which is a short term. Today, any serious satellite operator should have at least a collision avoidance system. And this is not the case today. Of course, the major satellite operator, they have one, they didn't wait for us, but all the other, they don't. And first, they need to have a collision avoidance service, and a collision avoidance of a certain quality as well, because you can pretend all that you deliver a collision avoidance service, but which type of quality do you deliver? So this is exactly what we will try to tackle with this regulatory approach.
Fascinating. Having worked in collision avoidance in the past, in a previous job, I can see that as being an extremely challenging technical solution, with the speeds and the parameters of an orbit being taken into account. That's fascinating work. Well, we are out of time. I apologize. I want to thank all of our panelists, Christopher Brain of Eurocontrol, Jose Luis Chinchilla of Indra, Rudolf Munez of the European Commission, and of course, David Tomasini of the European Space Agency. And lastly, thank EUROCAE again for an excellent symposium and for accommodating us virtually. And I hope that all of you as participants enjoyed the symposium and have a great day in Warsaw. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elle, and to all the panelists. We're now at the point where we have to close the symposium. We've had 2 very intense, very interesting days, very informative days. But before giving the word to Bruno for a couple of strategic remarks, I'd like to give the floor to Terry McVenis, the President and CEO of RTCA. Yesterday you saw that we signed the updated Memorandum of Cooperation with SAE. With RTCA we have an even stronger partnership, we have an even more extensive collaboration with around 50% of our activities being joined, resulting in technically identical standards in the end. And hence I would like to give the word to Terry now for a couple of short remarks. Terry.
Greetings from Washington, D.C. My name is Terry McVenis, the President and CEO of RTCA. As EUROCAE's 2022 symposium comes to a close, I wanted to take just a few moments to congratulate Anna van Groot and her amazing team for putting on another fantastic symposium. And again, congratulations, Anna, on your new role as the Director General at EUROCAE. While I wasn't able to attend this year's symposium in person, I was following along closely during the past 2 days. Such a great agenda with panels focusing on many of the emerging topics that will be shaping the future of aviation, not only in Europe, but throughout the world. The topics of VTOL, drones, UAS technology, cyber, ensuring sustainability in aviation, and one of my favorites, space technology, are all topics that are at the top of everyone's minds, both in the industry and with regulators around the globe. The close coordination and collaboration we have between RTCA and our colleagues at EUROCAE is special. Together, we are addressing many of these issues you have heard about the past 2 days and more as we develop internationally harmonized performance standards that serve our great industry. As I think you've learned the past 2 days, this is an exciting time for aviation industry, like no other time in our history. The challenges we face are enormous as we work to integrate many of the new entrants into aviation, all into our very vast airspace system. But working together in that collaborative environment, industry and government side by side, we can meet those challenges head on and continue to evolve our industry to serve the traveling public safely, efficiently, securely, and in an environmentally conscious manner. So again, I hope you all enjoyed this year's EUROCAE Symposium. Thank you for taking the time to come and listen, and safe travels home.
Just some words to conclude this symposium, some words from the president of EUROCAE. As I understand more and more, the job of the president of EUROCAE in many cases is to thank people. So I think that we had a very high-level symposium this year. So of course, I've got plenty of people to thank. First, the moderators, the panelists, of course, who gave us a lot of very, very high-level information. Of course, also all the people who organized, the secretariat, the technical program managers of EUROCAE. So thanks to all, and thanks to the attendees to take part to this event. Now what we've seen is that we have, through these 6 panels, I will not go back to the details, but through the 6 panels we had during the 2 days, we had quite a number of I would say, mind-blowing perspectives that were open to us, and we see that there are plenty of topics that needs to be worked upon. We have a lot, I would say, a tremendous amount of work in front of us, and certainly EUROCAE will take that into account. So just some words how we do with that, because the symposium is not just to entertain and educate the audience, for sure it is the case, but it's also to substantiate the EUROCAE strategy. So the technical program managers during the EUROCAE technical program manager during the panels took note of the main elements that were highlighted, and that will be used for the coming strategic analysis of EUROCAE. We have a council meeting in June dedicated to the definition of the next year's strategy, and there will be the technical the technical advisory committee, sorry, that will take into account this to update the technical work program. So all these elements that we have heard during these 2 days will feed the strategy of EUROCAE for the coming years, and that I hope will be the topic of creation of new working groups, updating the terms of reference of existing working groups, possibly reorienting some of the work, and I think that's very important for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bruno. And so finally, to close off, I would like to do a final thanks to all of our sponsors. Thank you so much for supporting this event. It wouldn't have been possible without you. I'd like to just, for the council members, one logistics announcement. The council meeting will start 15-20 minutes from now on the 3rd floor, just at the very back of this side of the building, please. And with that, I'd like to close this year's symposium, not without announcing next year's. Next year, EUROCAE will celebrate its 60th birthday, and as it's customary for us, for our 10-year anniversaries, we go back to Paris So we will be looking to invite all of you on the 26th and 27th of April 2023 to Paris, and we look forward to welcoming all of you there. Thanks also to the team. You've done a great job. And with this, I'm closing the symposium for this year. Thank you all. Have safe travels home.